What up, y'all? Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Tuesday, the 22nd of July. But appreciate y'all for holding it down with us here on TSU. Like, subscribe. Y'all know the drill. Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, Instagram. We're everywhere. Get the app. If you haven't done it, do it, please, because that's how we grow. We love doing what we do here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. My man BK has hooked it up for us, and we're rolling. We're about to be year 3 talking Texas football on here. So, yeah, man, special things, working with great people. My man Chip Brown won't be here today. We know Chip's on vacation, so we got a lot of guests this week, a lot of bright minds when it comes to this media game, when it comes to this sports world. And I'm bringing in a guy that represents all of that. He was with me yesterday. He's Horns 24/7's finest. He's Florida's finest. My man, Eric Henry. E. Henry, what's happening, man?
What is going on, Zay Collier? What is going on, Texas Sports Unfiltered? Happy Tuesday, Wednesday? What day? Tuesday, right?
See, that's how I know you busy, man. When you're out here just trying to figure out which day you on. You know what I'm
Brother,
saying? Yesterday, 70 days of the year, you in a hotel, like life of E. Henry, it's got to be tough sometimes, man. It's so lovely. It's also lovely. I'm just saying, I've seen up close and personal. Life of E. Henry could be lovely too. You know what I'm saying? So appreciate being on, my guy.
I am blessed and highly favored to be able to do what I do for a living. I love what I do, but it is that time of year, Zay, as you said, where the flights are coming, the hotel rooms are coming, and I will not know what day it is unless it is a Monday, Thursday, or Saturday. I won't know what day it is. Sometimes I roll over and be like, damn, NFL on today? How did that happen? Depending on if there's a night game, if there's a 7:30 night game and I'm not getting back to the crib till 3 a.m., I'm like, damn, my Bucks are playing today. Let me go watch that little guy quarterback my team.
Oh man. See, I do like a good Baker hate joke, but you being a Bucks fan, like how's that work? You know what I'm saying? Because are you because obviously you have to stay even kill when you cover University of Texas.
Sure.
So I don't know what Baker Mayfield means to you specifically. And as you just said, your home team, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, we know Baker's QB1 for them has had some really good seasons back-to-back, rejuvenated his career in Tampa. And I have a love-hate relationship with Baker because even though he's a Sooner, hate, he's also an Austin Knight, love. Yes. So I can appreciate Baker, but he's also very easy to hate just because of where he went to school, where he went to college. So I don't know how you feel when it comes to the former Heisman Trophy winner.
Sure, I'll make it quick. We got our guy Hank South jumping on at 2:15, so I won't go too long. My feelings on Baker Mayfield have nothing to do with him being a former Texas Tech Red Raider, nothing to do with him being a Oklahoma Sooner. They have everything to do with the fact that, and listen, the guy's had some good years post-Cleveland. Clearly, Cleveland has an issue developing quarterbacks, so I can't put that on Baker Mayfield. However, it just goes to me being a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan and me just thinking that, again, he's the type of quarterback that you need to have everything else around him to be perfect, or at least ideal for him to thrive. And I understand you can say that about a lot of quarterbacks, but I just, for as vocal as Baker Mayfield is, and I understand he got to where he is by being vocal, I just wish, brother, you're not Tom Brady, you're not Pat Mahomes. There's levels to this game, and you are a good NFL starting quarterback. Would I call Baker Mayfield a great NFL starting quarterback? No. So I just wish his boastfulness at times matched his stature in the pantheon of quarterbacks. For me personally, there are others who may think Baker is the guy. I think he is a guy. I don't think he's going to be the reason the Tampa Bay Buccaneers can win a championship. So that's all that is. That's all that is.
Okay. Yeah, and Baker, there's been more humble athletes to come around than Baker Mayfield, but that's kind of his charm. That's kind of what gives him that extra boost. Like, he's an asshole. I think Baker will admit that. Like, he's kind of an asshole. He's just one of those guys. He's going to talk his shit throughout the game. And we saw that during his days in college. Like, I remember he was wilding out before Kansas when the little kid didn't shake his hand. You remember that?
I do remember.
Baker, this is a child. You know what I'm saying? But Baker, that got him hype. That triggered Baker to where, little 10-year-old, 12-year-old ain't gonna shake my hand. It's on. Or it was the team. Wasn't it? Who was it? It was the team.
It was a coin toss, and Baker extended his hand and didn't get the hand shook, and Baker was like, "Okay, that's how it is." Yeah.
Okay. So it was a player.
It was a player.
Okay. For some reason, I have my head was a kid.
No, you're good.
All right, but so either way, Baker, he lost his mind there. So he's yelling from the sideline, grabbing his Johnson, just completely crashing out.
Right.
And that's very unfamiliar when you think about the quarterback position. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just don't see that type of guy acting that way when you're a quarterback. You're supposed to, suit and tie, all professional. Like, so when Baker was doing all that, I again, he's very easy to hate. But I respect where he's came, like where he's gone, the growth, because he's matured a little bit. That Carolina Panthers stint, where he was on the scout team, and then he went to the Chargers, and under McVay had a couple of good games where a team like Tampa Bay gave him a chance, and now he's making the most of it. So I respect that. That's what sports is all about. But yeah, Baker, he's grown. He really has.
And Zay, real quick, you got to remember, this should help put into context my feelings. This was the sequence of quarterbacks for me. Jameis Winston, who can't stop acting a fool to save his life. Tom Brady comes in, wins championships or a championship, then Baker Mayfield. So hopefully that should put into context why my feelings on Baker are what they are, because I've either dealt with a buffoon who wants to eat W's, a GOAT who brings W's, and then a guy who acts like he is the GOAT, but has yet to accomplish those things. So that's all.
No, that's I could see why you could have some anxiety there. Yes. And again, you've seen quarterback play at an all-time high, and you've seen it at an all-time low with what Jameis brought. And, Jameis is one of the most unique characters, not only to play quarterback, but to be in the NFL in general. I've never seen anything like it, just because he's so odd and just so weird in so many different ways. And again, that's very unfamiliar when you're talking about quarterback. Now, he's not a starter. Maybe he never was, even though he was a number one pick.
Right.
But he had some moments where you're like, man, this guy's talented. Man, this guy, he doesn't give up. Man, this guy has some heart. Like, you see that in Jameis Winston. But to what you were talking about, just the weird motivational speeches and stealing crab legs at Publix, which we've discussed once before. I guess everybody had a Publix plug back then if you went to a school in the state of Florida. But all right, cool. It got caught up with Jameis, to him being suspended and Jimbo telling him, yo, bro, please don't suit up. And this fool suiting up anyway.
Yep.
Anyway, that's so ignorant, E. Henry. That is flat out ignorant right there. But that's Jameis. So I've never been able to figure him out. I think that's also a part of his charm. Like, he seems like he'd be a distraction for the locker room. But all you hear is positive things from his teammates. And he's also talented enough as a backup quarterback to maybe steal you a couple of wins in a few weeks until you get your starter back, whoever that may be, because Jameis has bounced around so much since his time in Tampa Bay. But that's another guy I really respect. Say what you want about him. You call him a buffoon. I get that. Completely valid. But how he's lasted in the NFL with his personality, pretty damn impressive if you ask me.
Zay, I can spin this into a Texas conversation here real quick because you made a point about Jameis Winston, right? His teammates love him. That's the thing. His teammates love him. And I would listen. I'm joking when I call him buffoon, right? Some of the antics, they're just very, very country. Okay, like it would be like Zay if Xavier Leggett, you know who my man Xavier Leggett is?
Yeah,
Panthers. It'd be like if Xavier Leggett was the leader of the Carolina Panthers.
It ain't that bad, E. Henry. It's not that
you gonna get some country with it. Yes, it can be country with Jameis Winston. You gonna get some country. But to spin into the Texas conversation. Yeah, listen, man, we've had this conversation ad nauseum. I'm not here to rehash it, but whenever I get asked, and I've done a multitude of radio hits in the lead up to the season, and I'm sure they will not stop once fall camp opens, the question I can guarantee you I'll get, especially since the old ball coach decided to share his thoughts as well, is why did Quinn Ewers start over Arch Manning? And part of it, and listen, I'm not here to rehash the whole conversation. Anyone who knows me knows that I have been team Quinn Ewers for last year in terms of that team. But something that can't be understated is his teammates, Quinn's teammates, loved him. His teammates swore by him, right? And yes, maybe, this year, I shouldn't say maybe, I do believe this year, now that you've had the graduation of a lot of the veterans, right? Now it's kind of more of the guys who Arch came in with and guys that Arch has practiced with. But I'm talking about last year, the 2023 and last 2 years, 2023 and 2024 Texas Longhorns. Those guys swore by Quinn Ewers. So that's kind of one of those things when we're talking about Jameis Winston, right? A characteristic that he has is that put all of the outside stuff aside, all the noise. Those guys, for whatever reason, right? And again, we're not in the locker room, so I'm not shading him by saying whatever reason. I'm just saying we're not there to witness it. Those guys swear by Jameis Winston, right? And it was this kind of, and from my vantage point, a very similar thing with Quinn Ewers. Say last year, the amount of times we heard say we got Quintravion Ewers coming in, right? Like the guys were always hyped when Quinn would have a good game. So that matters, right? And I do think, again, to kind of spin this to some Texas football here, I do think it's the same thing with Arch Manning. I think the guys who are with him this year very much want to follow and be led by Arch Manning.
Yeah, I agree. I'm glad you brought that up because Quinn, I remember before he even threw a pass in the Texas uniform, I don't know whose video it was, maybe Keelan Robinson, but it was on Instagram or something, and Quinn was rapping out Q the Fool.
Right.
And I don't know who Q the Fool is. That's one of those, damn, I'm getting old moments. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had to go look it up. And I was like, yeah, this ain't my cup of tea, but this is what the new wave is all about. But in that moment, you saw, Q the Fool. Appreciate it, CB. You saw the team, his teammates, like, okay, this dude knows Q the Fool. Okay, he's one of us. Like, that's a part of building that chemistry, camaraderie. That's so important for a quarterback to earn when it comes to respect. And again, salute Quinn Ewers for being himself, but with him being himself, it led to his teammates saying, okay, that's my guy. That dude, we got confidence enough in him to go get it done for us to win a championship. Obviously, it didn't work out, but that's how they felt going into this. Right. So felt like Jameis Winston, even though as a backup, it might not be championship when he's in, but it's one of those, we could still win with this guy. He makes the locker room light. Like there's so much pressure that goes in to the NFL game, to college football. You got to have some jokesters in there that also, when it's time to put the helmets on and strap them up, it's time to get serious. So that balance with that, that's also a big deal. And I think Jameis Winston's really good at that. But yeah, man, we should have Hank South, Horns 24/7 on any moment now. Ask Hank any questions on our Coda text line or chat room here on YouTube. Call the text line 512-222-9328. Hank was at the Texas High School Coaches Association convention where Steve Sarkeesian and other coaches spoke. And yeah, E. Henry, have you been to San Antonio? Not necessarily for that event, but San Antonio in general.
You know what's funny, Zay, is I've been here. This is at the time all runs together. I guess I'm about a few days away from my 2-year anniversary moving here. Okay. And I have not been to San Antonio, but I am planning to fly out of San Antonio for the Georgia game. I believe I'm going to fly out of San Antonio to Atlanta. So I will get a chance to at least pass through. But San Antonio is on the, I don't say bucket list, but it's on the list. It's on my Texas bucket list, put you that way. It's on the list. I've heard great things about the Riverwalk. I've heard great things about the people of San Antonio. So I've never actually had a chance to go through. I was supposed to cover a game there. Supposed to cover a UTSA game. Actually ended up not making the trip to the Alamo Dome. So it's on my Texas bucket list.
Okay, yeah, definitely make it to San Antonio. There's a lot of culture, a lot of great food, a lot of great people there. Charles Barkley drugged them in the mud. That was a big issue. When Charles Barkley was wilding out about San Antonio and stuff, that made certain people have a bad narrative on San Antonio that's not even close to being true. But I see him in the green room. Horns 24/7's finest, does a hell of a job on the recruiting circuit and plenty more. We got Hank South in the building. Hank, how you doing?
What's up? I'm good. How are y'all?
Good, Hank. Appreciate you for jumping on, man. You were in San Antonio for the head coaches clinic. Just talk about that a little bit. Talk about what stood out to you, all the coaches that spoke. Obviously, Steve Sarkeesian spoke, but I'm sure other coaches spoke, that Mike Elko, I saw him there. I don't know if Dave Aranda was there, but just talk about how that experience was just overall.
Yeah. I also can't believe, Eric, you haven't been to San Antonio yet. It's only an hour away. You got to go down there. Although it was 2.5 hours on Sunday, the freaking traffic right outside San Antonio was a nightmare. But no, yeah, I went down on Sunday. So I didn't see Elko speak on Monday. He spoke on his podium appearance on Monday, so I wasn't there for that. But Sark was there on Sunday. And yeah, a lot of the discussion with him was just, it was mainly, everyone was asking about rev share and, how they're going about it. There was actually very few questions about the actual team. There was one question about kind of the uniqueness of, finishing last season against Ohio State and opening this season against Ohio State. And Sark kind of talked about how, in fall camp, they usually do the first 2 weeks is just straight fall camp, training camp, like kind of break you down. And then by the third week, you start prepping for your big non-conference opponents. So the last couple of years, it was Michigan in the third week. And then the year before that, it was Alabama in the third week. But now they're going to obviously have Ohio State in week 1. So they're going to spend about 2 weeks of prep on Ohio State alone. So he said it's kind of like a playoff format almost in their preparation. So thought that was interesting. But he talked about the rev share and, how they're going about it and the cap and all that. And how, someone asked him about, players signing multi-year agreements with guaranteed money. And he was just saying, in his opinion, he didn't think that made sense because a kid can sign a 3-year contract with the school and after 1 year isn't happy with where he sits on the depth chart or how things are going, and he can just leave and go in the transfer portal without paying any of that money back. So he said, in his opinion, until there's these guardrails put in place like coaches have with buyouts, nothing's really going to get solved. Like there's no point in doing this guaranteed multi-year contracts with kids until, they have to pay some of the money back if they decide to leave in the portal. So that's really a lot of what the conversation was. He talked about Trey Moore, since he's from the San Antonio area. He talked about Michael Terry from the San Antonio area. Obviously, there's some local reporters down there asking about them. And, they do the coaches panel where all the state of Texas college coaches speak. Craig Way moderates it and gives them each questions. And a lot of that was just, and it's the Texas High School Coaches Convention. So obviously, all these coaches are very pro Texas high school football coaches. They're talking about what's up, CB? They're talking about, their responsibility. They still play in these kids' lives, all this agent talk and, that's it's all running rampant, but they're talking about, we still need Texas high school coaches to, be the point of contact for these kids. We want to have relationships with y'all. We don't want y'all getting boxed out of all the recruiting and all this stuff. So that's a lot of what that panel was about. But yeah, Dave Aranda was there. They talked about Phil Longo was there. There's a couple new coaches. The Rice coach, who feel bad because I've already forgot his name, but there's a new coach at Rice.
Scott Bell.
Yeah, he seemed cool. Really liked. I didn't know much about him. I mean, I knew who he was, but Phil Longo from Sam Houston State, it's kind of like an inspiring speaker. He was talking about, because Sam Houston State doesn't even have a stadium this year. They're having to play. He said they called it 12 away games, but it's, their home stadium is just going to be, it's, I think, like an hour from Huntsville. So he was talking about how they're going to do 12 road games this year, but all this is an excuse and they have to just go out and play. So the way he worded it was very inspiring, I thought. And then, yeah, it was kind of like, navigating the rev share era with the cap and all that. And it was kind of funny because, you have University of Texas head coach, you have Joey McGuire at Tech, Mike Elko, A&M, all these guys that have no problem with the max amount of rev share from their schools. And then you have like Scotty Walden at UTEP, who he made a joke when he got the microphone. He was like, yeah, I have to look at these spreadsheets every day just to make sure we're not going over the cap. And it made a joke. It's like UTEP's never going to touch the cap. Like they're never going to get close to that with the money. So I thought that was pretty funny. He's a fun speaker to listen to. But overall, good event. It ended today. I think Sark gave a keynote this morning. But I'd heard him speak on Sunday, so we came on back. But yeah, good event overall.
E. Henry, go ahead.
Yeah. First off, Hank, nice to meet you. Good to have you on the show. Two-part question. One, you touched on Steve Sarkeesian talking about guardrails. That was actually the question I was going to ask you, to see if he did elaborate on guardrails, because prior to the House settlement coming out, when we'd have these pressers with Steve, and I'm pretty sure you were at one or two of them during the spring where Steve was asked about the looming House settlement, right? Steve would always say, I don't like to talk about hypotheticals, but he always emphasized guardrails. I was wondering, it's a two-part question. One, if he elaborated on kind of what he meant or what he means now by guardrails, because, now we're here, right? We are living in the era in which these things are being applied. So I'm curious if maybe he elaborated on what guardrails he would like. And B, just as someone who's never been to this event, I'm just curious. You touched on it. I covered Group of Fives for 6 years. I've been to, I can't remember what it's called now, that stadium in Huntsville where they don't have a press box, where you cover games from the end zone, right? Like I've been to the Sun Bowl, which is a great venue, but like Scotty Walden said, he's not going to have to worry about going over the cap. I'm just super curious, Hank, the dynamics of that room, right? Like, is it all kind of centered around, like Steve Sarkeesian or whoever is the hottest power head coach in the state of Texas? Or is there kind of like cohesion? I'm just curious, the dynamics of that room.
Yeah. No, to answer your first question, I think the biggest thing Sark emphasized is like, we don't know what's going to happen. And we've talked to, I did an interview with Will Smith of the One Fund a couple weeks ago. And, this is also new. Obviously the rev share officially started July 1st. So like they can start directly paying the players from July 1st. And the other big part of that outside of the rev share was now any NIL deal over $600 had to go through the clearinghouse, the NIL Go. So as they're figuring all that out, I think it's just so much unknown because there's certainly schools that are just kind of not even giving a thought to the cap. I don't want to say that, but like there's schools that are going over the cap. Absolutely. There's no question. I think everyone's kind of just in wait and see mode for like, who's going to get busted for being over the cap. Sark made a point. He's like, that's not going to be us. Like, we're not going to, push the system or test it to where, we could be in a bad spot. But I think the biggest thing in terms of guardrails of what he elaborated on Sunday was the fact that there has to be some sort of like binding or like schools have to be protected in this too. Like you can't just like throw out money at a kid and then, the kid, like he said, the kid not be happy. I think he said Billy isn't happy after year one and decides to go in the portal and doesn't have to pay any of that money back. So, whether that's like, and Sark didn't say this, but whether I've seen this talked a lot, a collective bargaining agreement where like there has to be, it's a two-way street. It can't just be like, here's all this money and then you get screwed over 12 months later into a 3-year contract. So I think the biggest thing was just more, I think you got to protect the schools. And also, obviously make sure, and they talked about how, with this coaching convention, the importance of high school coaches making sure their players aren't just getting, all these agents out there. I mean, some are legitimate agents, and the coaches talked about how these kids do need representation, a lot of them for this, but there's also people that don't really have the best interests of these kids at heart. So, the importance of that too, and, just trying to make it a more uniform system. But yeah, and then, the event's really interesting because, we spent all this, if you're on fan site message boards like Horns 24/7, everyone hates Texas A&M, everyone hates Texas Tech. But like when all the coaches are together, like there's like a unified bond of like the state of Texas college coaches. Like they're all kind of pushing for each other. Like, hey, we want to keep and Sark talked about this. They want state of Texas kids to play in the state of Texas, whether that's at Texas or, going to Texas Tech or Texas A&M, because, you want to keep your top talent home. So, there's cohesion there. It's not like, big brother, little brother. They all seem to, kind of share the same goals. Obviously some have a little bit more resources to work with than others. But I always think it's really interesting to hear the input they have from a UTEP perspective or UTSA. Like Jeff Traylor is like one of the most entertaining speakers to listen to, and kind of what they have to go through to raise money or what they're doing to try to entice kids. Walden was talking about how they're of all the programs, they've signed the most state of Texas kids over the last however many years, and so they're really trying to keep these kids home, recruit El Paso, which isn't historically like a strong hotbed of talent, but they want to recruit their guys where they're at. So yeah, it's interesting. And the whole panel thing is on, I think it's called Victory Plus. It's a streaming app. So it's interesting to kind of hear what all they have to say and kind of their togetherness with it all.
Yeah. We're joined by Hank South, managing editor of Horns 24/7. Hank, let's go back to when Sark was talking about these coaches being involved with all these agents and NIL and just that situation in itself. Okay, it's one to say coaches have to be involved, but how many coaches want to be involved? Yeah. Because there's a lot of money on the line, and some coaches also might not have the best intentions. We all want to say, these coaches, they're here for the kids, but who's to say a coach won't be like, okay, what do I get in this by helping you recruit one of my players? Where are y'all cutting me? Y'all giving me a little Skrilla. Let me get on this NIL deal, because I know teachers, they're not making Bill Gates money. So who says a coach won't do that? Yeah. So I don't know how that's, we want coaches to be involved, but like at what cost is what I'm getting to.
And I guess that would also that'd be on, for example, that would be on Texas to like judge what this relationship is. But, I think, in a perfect world, we all want, high school football coaches to have the best interest of their players in mind. And I think 99% of them do. And so, I think it's important to have, people in your camp that have that, not people just, saying, oh, here's a 4 or 5 star recruit, let me get in and take a little percentage, whatever he's bringing in. But yeah, I guess, you certainly have to judge it for yourself. I'm sure there are coaches like that. But I think overall, overwhelmingly, these high school coaches, are in it for their players. They're in it to mentor these kids and develop them and help them along. The whole thing is like stories about, my high school coach was this to me. And like, this is the reason I got into coaching or why I kept playing football. So, you hope, not to sound naive, but like, that's you hope that's, how it is, pretty much everywhere. But again, you got to, kind of take it on a case by case basis too, I guess.
Yeah. Hank, Derrick Cooper, man, huge get for Texas.
Yeah.
Coming in from Hollywood, Florida. E. Henry said it yesterday. Getting that South Florida market is huge for the Burnt Orange. Talk about how that went and who played a big part of getting Derrick Cooper to Texas.
Yeah. Yeah. You can't kind of overstate that for several reasons. Like Texas needed a running back in this class. They kind of got, I wouldn't say blindsided. I got blindsided on the KJ Edwards news that he was going to go to A&M instead of Texas. And really, Xavier Crowell was another big target of theirs that was always kind of trending towards Alabama. So it really left Derrick Cooper as kind of your last chance. And, obviously kids can flip. We've already seen that, but Texas. So Chad Scott came on in February. Javion Osborne was kind of the guy back then that, we thought was going to be in this class. And there was just never really that connection there. And he, there's a lot to that, but he obviously ended up at Notre Dame. Chad Scott kind of dialed in on Crowell, Edwards, and Derrick Cooper. We saw them get Cooper out on campus for the entire weekend in April for that Fan Appreciation Day weekend. And so, everyone's shouting, oh, they didn't even get an official visit. This is just about money. He kind of did take an official visit in a way that, he was on campus for 48 hours in April. So it's not like he has no idea of what Texas is or what it's like. Like he was there. We saw Chad Scott and Kenoto Hudson go out to South Florida to see him in May. And then, but yeah, they didn't get an official visit in June. He visited all his other finalists. He wanted to take one, but he wasn't going to cancel another weekend he already had set to add Texas. So it would have been a midweek visit. Texas doesn't love midweek visits just because, it kind of throws off everything they have planned. So he didn't take one. He had a July 12th commitment date set. So it was kind of just like, okay, well, we'll see what happens. He canceled that, said he wanted to visit Texas in the fall. So it's like, okay, it's back on, they're still alive. And, Dia Bell down in South Florida was recruiting him. James Johnson is down there, obviously. And then he said a July 20th commitment date. And so everyone, of course, assumes, that can't be Texas. How could that be Texas? Well, it's not completely out of the realm. We saw Jonah Williams commit to Texas last year without taking an official visit. Texas has been really, really pressing here to get him in the class. And everyone shouts money. And yeah, obviously NIL is involved, but you also look at what Texas has done at the running back position the last few years. I mean, I'm not sure there's another school producing NFL running backs more than Texas, whether it be Jaden Blue, Jonathan Brooks, Roshan Johnson, Bijan Robinson. I mean, all these guys in the last few years. So I think that really sold him. And the fact that like, he's the guy, like he's not joining a 2 running back class that at least, not that we know of yet, Texas could end up, recruiting more, but I think he was just sold on Chad Scott's vision. I think they really hit it off. I think Sark obviously was very involved there. And I think he just felt there was a really good fit with everything Texas has going for it. So, I mean, huge get. I've seen all sorts of comps for him. He's a kid that he's rated as an athlete. So, some people see him as a linebacker in college or future. And some people view him as a running back. And that's what, Texas views him at 6'1", 205. I talked to his coach, Damian Jones at Chaminade Madonna, who said kind of reminds him of Zach Moss, who's on the Bengals now, in terms of, kind of the can do it all ability, whether it's, running, catching passes out of the backfield. But you watch his film, I mean, like, he's got some breakaway speed to him, like in some shimmy, like he can hit the hole hard and he's gone. So I think it's a really exciting addition for Texas, and I think they're thrilled to have him.
Hank, real quick, and again, appreciate you making the time here. If you just joined us, we're joined by Hank South, managing editor of Horns 24/7. I've been on the show with Zay, and I've made this point a couple times. I've made this point, on different radio appearances that I think Texas getting into South Florida specifically is huge. And I look at some of the schools that Texas is picking up players from, right? Shaunad Madonna, as you mentioned, Dia Belcom from American Heritage, right? Like Texas is never going to compete with the Miami Northwesterns. They're never going to get a player from Miami Northwestern or that kind of program because, the ties to different schools that those coaches have, specifically schools in Florida, is probably too strong. But I guess to spin all this into a question, Hank, from your vantage point, am I making too much of the Longhorns getting into South Florida? Because I just think if Texas can take care of its backyard in the way that they have, also pick off certain areas in SEC territory like Louisiana, like a Georgia, like a Alabama, but get 2-3 players a year from Florida, specifically South Florida. I just think that's a game changer. You let me know from your extensive time covering recruiting if I'm making too much of that.
No, I absolutely. I mean, that's kind of, you look at hotbeds of talent in the country. South Florida is up there with most, Georgia, Texas, California. Florida's a state, but like South Florida is where some of the best players you can think of come to mind in recent years and in, beyond that. So no, that's huge. And you mentioned Miami Northwestern. Actually, so James Johnson actually just transferred to Miami Northwestern. So he's actually at Northwestern. Okay. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. Like, it's hard to go in there, especially with like Miami wants a kid in that area. And that's why, I still look at James Johnson as like a guy that, he flipped 2 weeks after committing to Georgia. It's like, it's great that he's committed to Texas and like, it's good to be excited about that. But like, hey, buckle up. Like, there's 6 months until he signs and Miami's not going to stop talking to him. Same with Derrick Cooper. I mean, Miami's been recruiting Derrick Cooper for years. Texas got involved pretty heavy this spring and were able to get it done, but like, they're not going to go away. They're going to keep trying to get him. So, but yeah, I mean, to get those inroads, especially with like a coach that just joined your staff with Chad Scott. I know Kenoto Hudson's like, he's a good recruiter in Florida too. He has ties there, but for them to be able to reach down there and make things happen like that, it's absolutely huge. Now I was going to respond to this comment real quick on the blindsided with KJ Edwards. I'll say not blindsided that he went to A&M, blindsided by the timing that, he didn't even take his Texas official visit. So that's fine if people want to use that against us, but everyone was surprised by that. So I had to respond to that.
Yeah. I saw Rex said that. I didn't want to ask you. I've
been thinking about it ever since I saw it pop up.
I saw you saw that. I was like, Hank will address it if he wants to. I'm not going to throw it out.
Anyone says they weren't surprised by that would just be lying. So A&M, it was going to be Texas or Texas A&M. I'm surprised by the timing and that he didn't even take an official visit to Texas. That's what I'm saying blindsided about.
Okay.
Just to clear that up.
Hank, you just put out a really cool article about what's left for Texas football recruiting after the recent surge of comments. I'm not going to tell you to give everybody what you put out. Y'all are going to have to subscribe to Horns 24/7 and check out Chip, Eric, and Hank and the rest of the crew's work. But just talk about a couple of those guys that you have on that list that Texas has their eye on to, I guess recruiting never stops, but to kind of come to a conclusion for this 2026 class that's looking a lot better than it did just a month ago.
Yeah. It's crazy to think like, from that kind of the drought in earlier this month to like, they're at 21 commitments now. So like, there's really not a lot of like spots left high school wise, obviously you always got to kind of imagine there's going to be like 10 to 12 portal takes nowadays, because you usually have 10 to 15 or more guys leave in the portal every year. But yeah, I think in terms of what could be next, there's 3 main high school guys I'd watch right now that aren't committed anywhere. Davon Benjamin is number 1. He's the safety from California, a guy that Texas, is as high as anybody in the country on. They love this kid, and he's kind of they've compared him to Jahdae Barron in terms of his, everything he can do in the secondary and play all the different positions and just his knowledge and football IQ as a whole. So he's announcing a decision on August 2nd. Every time I talk with sources about him, the feeling is Oregon, and I even heard like Oregon. He's like been Oregon's top target regardless of class for the last 2 years. So that's how high Oregon is on him. So you got to imagine they're going to come hard to try to keep him out west. I would probably lean towards Oregon for him, but Texas has some recruiting momentum right now, has a lot of recruiting momentum, and you can't discount that. We're still 10 days from that. So, we'll see what happens. They're pushing, they're trying to get him in the class. They missed on Chase Calicut to Georgia. They have Yaheem Riley in the fold. They have, Samari Matthews, they just got a couple weeks ago, and Jermaine Bishop, who you can count as a cornerback, and Hayward Howard. So, Davon Benjamin's kind of the guy to watch right now in terms of maybe the next big fish that could pop. Beyond him, they have one edge rusher in Richard Wesley, who's, if you have one edge rusher and that's your guy, there's worse places to be. But they'd like to add another one. One guy, Jake Krull, he's the only uncommitted guy they're still recruiting, and he put out a top 3 recently is Texas, Oklahoma, and Ole Miss. So I don't think he's announcing until the fall, though. So there's still some time to go there. Impressive player for sure from IMG Academy in Florida again. And then Keavi Brown, the tight end from California. And that's kind of an interesting one because, I think if it were up to Keavi, like he'd already be in the class. I think he would have announced by now, but I think Texas has been kind of being patient at the tight end position. They were waiting on Hezi Kent announcing, Caden Prothro announcing. Both of those guys went elsewhere. But they're kind of in a position now where like you got Jack injuries. And then, you have rising, you have a good bit of depth, I guess. Overall, I think Amari Winston has exceeded expectations from what he's been doing this spring. Nick Townsend's obviously, we know, he's going to be a stud. And then you got Spencer Shannon, Jordan Washington. So, maybe they're going to play it a little bit slower. I still think Keavi Brown probably ends up with Texas. I just don't know when he's going to announce. But he's kind of the one uncommitted tight end target right now. And then after that, it's kind of just like, there could be senior evals. There's always a couple guys, we see them offer in the fall, whether it was last year, like Kellen Wiley, Grayson Littleton, even he had an offer, but Texas hadn't really been pushing for him until the fall when he was committed to Clemson. So, I wouldn't rule that out a late push, but I think in terms of like the biggest committed targets right now, it probably, you have to say Malachi Lee, the offensive tackle committed to Michigan from Hawaii. So I think Texas will, especially after missing on Felix Ojo, try to get him to reconsider. Texas finished second for him when he announced last month, and he has a lot of ties to Texas. Whether Brandon Baker trained with Brandon Baker's uncle is Malachi Lee's trainer, and he told us after his official visit, Texas was actually his first offer in 8th grade. So, wow. You gotta think that maybe they'll keep thinking about it potentially, but obviously that's going to be tough too when you're playing a high school football season in Hawaii, and if Texas is trying to get them out for a visit, that's a lot of travel. But crazier things have happened in recruiting, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, that's kind of where they're at. So I think it's those guys. We'll see if any other names pop up, and then by December we'll be probably talking about the portal and what needs they'll have then.
Yeah. Eric, you got any other questions for Hank?
Hank, I got a fun one for you. We'll get you out of here on this again. Appreciate you making 30 minutes here. I've asked Jordan this question, but I've never asked you this question. Who is, and it doesn't have to be your most, because I know when you quantify it as most, that becomes tricky, but is there one player in your time covering recruiting that, like, just as a story, you're like, man, I'm really like happy that it worked out that way for that kid, whether it's someone who, obviously you covered Alabama before, Alabama recruiting, so whether it's Alabama or Texas, is there one kid that just like sticks with you as like, man, I'm just happy that the way it turned out for said player?
Yeah. I think my favorite person I've ever recruited is Will Anderson. Mm-hmm. And he had a great it's not like he came from like, kind of like made it for himself. Like he had his parents are awesome. Like he had a great family support system. I always look back to him as like he's just like the nicest, like always made time for you, gave you great answers. Like his family was awesome. They were always really supportive of like, the coverage and everything when I would see them when I saw them in San Antonio or when I've seen them elsewhere. So really happy that it's worked out the way it has for him. Trying to think, I'm going back through all the classes. I will say, I think it's awesome how it's all kind of come together for Jalen Hurts. I think that's still one of the coolest stories in sports. Like the fact that he got benched for Tua, who, in the national championship game, but stayed for one more year at Alabama to be Tua's backup, came in the SEC championship game when Tua got hurt and beat Georgia to win the SEC in 2018. And then obviously, goes on to Oklahoma, goes on to the Eagles, wins the Super Bowl. I think that's an awesome story. He was always really cool to cover. He was exactly how he is now when he was a senior in high school too. Like he very stoic, but very like his dad, Avarian was awesome. His dad, the coach at Channel View. So that was cool in terms of like Texas guys that, it's worked out for. This will be my third full class so far. There's a bunch of them. James Simon's a great kid. Khalil Lockett, we don't know how his career is going to go, but he's been awesome kid to cover. Bo Barnes, one of my favorite recruits I've covered for Texas. So there's a bunch of them, but I think, in terms of the whole grand scheme, Will Anderson's probably been my favorite recruit to cover, over the course of 10 years doing this, 11 years, whatever it is.
Yeah. He is the managing editor of Horns 24/7, one of my favorite Westlake chaparrals, Hank South. Hank, appreciate you, man. I got to do my best Chip Brown impersonation to be like, Hank South going 1,000 miles per hour. But
and Zay, real quick on Hank. Listen, shout out to Thomas Jones, awesome American statesman. All I did was simply mention, oh, yeah, Hank's part of the team. And TJ's like, oh, man, Hank South. Yeah, he was a nice little utility guy. Like, let's not sell Hank's high school career short.
Yo, Thomas Jones, his mind from just Austin area athletes, his memory is incredible. We got to get him on the show because he threw out stats back in my day when I played, and I didn't put up much, but he remembers certain games and certain moments that I had, like some of the biggest moments of my basketball life, short-lived basketball life. But yeah, Thomas Jones, if you did anything, he'll remember. So that's dope that he remembers.
I appreciate it. I mean, I was a backup and I came in because someone got hurt, but Ryan Swope was the star of the show on my senior year football team. So
God, that Ryan Swope, man. I got plenty of stories of Ryan Swope that I might have to go at E. Henry right here. But hey, Hank, before we let you go, you see your boy Nick Foles made it to the Arizona Hall of Fame.
I didn't see that. Good for him, man. He was a senior when I was a sophomore, so we were like scout team with that Westlake team. They played South Lake Carroll in the state title when South Lake Carroll had Riley Dodge as the quarterback, and Todd Dodge was the head coach. I think Trey Newton was on that South Lake Carroll team too, I think. But yeah, that was a fun year. I guess he went to Michigan State, transferred to Arizona, and then now he's Super Bowl winning with the Eagles.
Yeah,
well, winner, not winning, but
Yeah, we understood. Hank, appreciate you, man. Keep on rolling. We'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate Hank South, managing editor of Horns 24/7. Yeah, when I found out that Hank was Westlake Chaparral, it was already too late. I liked him already. We had him on the show a few times, and then all of a sudden, probably about the 8th or 9th time we had him on, I found out he was from Westlake, and I was like, oh, man, I got to like another one.
So say, help me out, because I'm not from here. So is that a Westlake Lake Travis beef?
I went to Bowie. So we didn't play Lake Travis during my time because Lake Travis was always a level lower. So back then it was just 5A, 4A. Then we bumped up to 6A. They went to 5A, Lake Travis did. Then they went to 6A. So a lot of Lake Travis winning state championships and stuff, That was in 5A, which we'll let it live. We'll give them their credit. 5A is difficult. 4A, it was difficult. The Garrett Gilbert years, they had some really good teams, but nah, back then they weren't touching us. Now they caught up, and now when you think of Texas or think of Austin, Texas, Central Texas, especially because of guys like Baker Mayfield and Drew Brees and Nick Foles, Garrett Wilson, you think of just Lake Travis and Westlake.
Got you.
Which is fair. They've won state championships. My Bowie Bulldogs have not. Like, our biggest player that came out of there is Mike Griffin. So, which that's my dog, even though we give each other a lot of shit. Him and Marcus Griffin, his twin brother, they were legends at Bowie before they went on to play for Mac Brown and win that national championship at the University of Texas. But Eric,
I was going to say real quick, Zay, and also just to continue that shout out, man. Thomas Jones, like I said, that dude is just when it comes to memory, like I said, all I did was mention, Hank South, nothing else. He's like, Hank South from Austin? I'm like, yeah. It's like, oh, yeah, I remember him. He was a nice little two-way player there. But like, just this guy, TJ, one of the nicest guys on the Texas beat, and has earned his way to covering Texas because he pounded the pavement, covered all types of prep. So shout out TJ. Good dude.
Ask my guy, Thomas Jones, next time I see him, what Zay Collier was about.
I will.
I asked him what it was about because my man T. Jones, him, my pops are cool. Cedric Golden, my pops are cool. Both of them wrote terrific articles about my pops during this time at Bowie and stuff. So I always appreciated those guys for holding it down. But yeah, man, Austin media folks got to stick together. It can get toxic for some of these folks out here. I see some of these other, media members and beat writers who cover their teams get into it with the quote unquote competition to where it gets messy and stuff. And I don't like to see that.
That would never happen in Austin at all.
No, not at all. That's why it always makes my heart warm when you take your black media members photo that I wasn't a part of. Where was Zay?
Well, Zay, you went there this year. You went there this year, big dog.
2024, they were like, where's Zay? I was like, damn, I must have been asleep over there in the Omni bed. What happened? That was a beautiful photo. Bucky ain't in the photo either.
Listen. I am the young buck. Actually, Corey and Levon. Shout out Levon Whitaker over there, KXAN. Those are the two youngest, and then it goes me. I'm only saying this is to say, in both age and seniority in Austin media, I'm on the low end. Anyone who was not in the photo, like Big Mark Henry, hit me up talking about why wasn't I in the photo this year? I said, hey, you're not going to hit me with the world's strongest slam. You got to talk to either Anwar Richardson or Cedric Golden. Those are the two most seniority, in terms of seniority, those are the two. Take it up with them, not your boy. I just, when they say, hey, E, show up for the picture, I show up for the picture. That's it.
Yo, that photo, it was a lot lighter this year than it was last year.
It was.
I see my man Harge. Was Harge in the picture?
No, okay. So again, that's where we got to go back to timing, because apparently Harge and Mark were still there, but the elder statesmen, men, plural, War and Said, who set up the photo, they're like, yo, we're going to knock out this photo real quick. So that's what happened. So to anyone who was not included in the photo, we need to do a photo in Austin. Doing in Austin where everybody can get in that thing.
We do. I'd love to be a part of that, man. Love all you guys. Y'all do amazing work and definitely represent Anwar and Said Golden and Mark Harge, yourself, man. There's a lot of great guys out here doing big things. But E. Henry, let me ask you, anything that Hank said throughout our conversation with him that last 30 minutes that stood out to you in any way?
The two things, one, Steve Sarkeesian and kind of his emphasis on the guardrails. Again, I know when I asked Hank, Hank didn't have much of an elaboration, so I would love to ask Steve when we get an opportunity this spring what guardrails he is looking for, right? Because now we're not talking about a hypothetical. It is already in place. I would love to know from Steve Sarkeesian, because listen, and God bless Scotty Walden and Scott Abell and Phil Longo and even Jeff Traylor. any movement in terms of how this thing is set up ain't going to be with those guys. It's going to be with the Steve Sarkeesians and the, Joey McGuire's. But really, your SEC coaches, your Big Ten coaches, that's where we're going to move the needle. So I would love to know from Steve's own words, Steve's own mouth, what guardrails he wants in place, because if he says it, it will come to fruition, right? If the big power brokers, the movers and shakers, in terms of head coaches, if they say it, it'll come to fruition. And the trickle down will be for everyone else. So I'm interested to ask Steve about that. And like I said, man, I know some people on our Horns 24/7 message board say that I'm a little biased when it comes to high school. Sure. I mean, I'm a Floridian. I'm only a product of my experience. I have more than all the respect in the world for Texas high school football. And like I said, Texas should be where Texas football recruits the majority of their players from. That's not a question, okay? At least 75% of this roster should be made up of Texans. However, I still think if Texas can be the type of brand, let's look at it this way, Zay. If it was good enough for Alabama, if it was good enough for Clemson in their heyday, Alabama in their heyday, and Nick Saban, I think it should be good enough for Texas to go into South Florida and even Ohio State's. Like you name a school that's won a title over the past decade or so, I'm sure they've had one or two South Floridians on the roster who are impact players. If Texas can go in and start getting those types of guys, and I want to elaborate on this real quick before we're at the midway part of the show. I know you got to pay some bills. When I made that comment about the Miami Northwesterns, I should make that, known for the local audience here. Miami Northwestern is a public school, not run like a public school because they have so many NFL alumni, right? Like it's a hood school, don't get me wrong, but in terms of what they have, the program is top notch, right? But those coaches, they're going to be, I don't want to say loyal to Miami, but if Mario Cristobal or if the head coach at Florida State, I'm just using that for whoever it may be at time and point, or the head coach at Florida goes down to Miami Northwestern, like I don't see Steve Sarkeesian being able to compete with that. Now you have the NIL factor that can trump all, right? Like that can play a difference. But I was saying if they can get where they got a Derrick Cooper from Chaminade Madonna, or if they can get a Dia Bell from American Heritage, or if you can get we all remember Michael Kern, no longer with the program, but from a St. Thomas Aquinas, a private school that where their coaches aren't quite, for lack of a better phrase, they embed with, the local schools, the state schools, and go get a 4-star prospect, a 5-star prospect, get 2 or 3 each year. I think that's a major game changer for Texas football. Again, and I'm not shading Texas high school, not saying that you can't get standout studs here in the Lone Star State. But if you can go, you get you a DeAndre Moore or a Brandon Baker from California, you get you 2 or 3 per class, you get you your guy out of Georgia. I said this yesterday, right? Get you a guy or 2 out of Georgia, your studs that you want, maybe on the interior defensive line. And then you go into South Florida and you say, I want a Jeremiah Smith. I want to insert type of skill position guy. I think that's really game-changing, has potential to be really game-changing for Texas. So it was nice to hear Hank kind of, reaffirm that.
What were they saying on the message boards about you being biased? What were they saying? Because you're from Florida?
Yeah, I think some people, here's the thing, and again, I'm not going to make this show about me, but in my time covering Texas over on the message boards, it's been about 85% of the folks have been receptive. The people who tend to push back on me a little bit, right? It's because I am, of our 5-person staff, I'm the one person who either is not a native Texan, didn't go to UT, or of course, in the case of Chip Brown, Chip's been in Texas, for 30 years, right? So like, Chip's in Texas more than 30 years, right? So I don't have those ties. So I think some people, when I write things, they take it from a perspective of me being an outsider. That's fine because I am the outsider, right? Like that's the role I was hired for, is to be neutral, right down the middle, kind of bring a fresh lens and see things as I am seeing them in real time. But yeah, to your question, Zay, when I do get pushback, it's because people think I'm just being biased towards Florida, and it's not the case.
Okay. Yeah, because obviously Texas fans are just Texans in general.
Right.
They feel like any 5-star in the state of Texas should be in Austin. Any 4-star in the state of Texas should be in Austin. And we all know that's not realistic. I'd rather have the 5-star out of the state of Florida, South Florida, than the 4-star from Bastrop at the same position.
Sure.
I really would. Now, if Steve Sarkeesian and the rest of that coaching staff is like, you know what? On our polls and in our rankings, this 4-star is just about as good as that 5-star in South Florida. So we're going to go hard for this 4-star who's in our backyard than we are for this 5-star. Okay, I'm good with that. That's fine. But if you know there's just certain players that are different and game changers that might be out of state, go after those guys. Like, I don't think there's any bias to that whatsoever. I think that's the smart way to go. That's a perk of being in the SEC.
Right, exactly.
Like, take advantage of that perk because you're, like you said, you named off schools that have won championships, Clemson, Alabama, in the last 10 years because they haven't been afraid to go to different parts of the country and get big-time players that fit their culture. So even though Texas, when it comes to football, reigns supreme in high school football, that doesn't mean that there aren't players in other places that can dominate a game that will come to your school and help you dominate. That might be from the state of Georgia. Like, go after those players. And, you know, my petty ass, it's fun taking players from Georgia, especially how Kirby Smart did us this past season. Hell yeah. Like, absolutely. We want that smoke. We want to go to Florida. Billy Napier has DJ Lagway. I know Longhorn fans ain't saying nothing right now because you got Arch Manning. There ain't nothing to say. Right. But if you didn't have Arch Manning, that would be an issue if DJ Lagway was in Gainesville right now. So it goes both ways here. I like it. We talked about it yesterday. These guys, they aren't afraid to travel. These high school kids, like, they aren't afraid to get away from mom and dad because throughout their select ball, playing 7-on-7, things like that, going to all these camps, they've been away from mom and pops, you know, social media and stuff like that. Like, we can call you mom, we'll FaceTime you later. Like, that's cool. Like, you might be thousands and thousands of miles away, but I'm good. Like, this coaching staff, the culture, I feel right at home, even though I'm not at home.
And Zay, real quick, it's the last thing I'll say before we go in any direction you want. Maybe I should, elaborate on this. Maybe I'll post something on the board. Part of the reason I specify South Florida, it's 2 reasons. One, South Florida is the only area. Listen, I'm from Tampa. So, I clearly I have no bias because Tampa is not South Florida. South Florida is the only area in the state where the high school football culture can rival Texas. In terms of the culture, in terms of Friday Night Lights, and when I say culture, I'm not talking about crowds, okay? Like, I'm talking about from the time you are 4 or 5 years old, what do you want to do? I want to play ball. It's the only place in the state that can match that. The second reason I say South Florida is this. If you look at, and I can tell you this from experience having covered schools down there, if you look at the amount of 4- and 5-star kids that went to Miami and for whatever reason who are from South Florida and for whatever reason it didn't work out, Zay, they'll all tell you in hindsight, not in the moment, they'll tell you in hindsight, I should have got away from home. I had too many distractions. I covered my second year covering Florida International down there. There was a kid who went to FIU, which is a group of 5, was high school teammates with a kid who played at Miami. They both have bye weeks. They're going home to go get ties for the trip, the next road trip. Someone comes in the backyard, pop, 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 get shot, right? Luckily, all the players survived. But I'm giving you that example as to say, like, there are a lot of kids, I'm talking about high-profile kids from South Florida, who will say, yeah, man, I should have – the reason maybe my career didn't work out, maybe I didn't fully reach my potential, is because I wanted, it was the backyard, it was home, but I had too many distractions. You know what's the most ideal? I can't think of, 5 schools in the nation that have a more ideal circumstance for you still get to be in a major city, but you get to be 1,500 miles away from all those distractions, and you get to be in a place that's going to foster and develop your talent, University of Texas. So that, just to provide some more, context, is why I specify South Florida. That's it right there.
Yeah, I hear you. Now the stadiums, that's the big difference, right? The stadiums are a lot smaller.
Zay, the state, first off, schools in South Florida don't even have their own high school stadium for the most part. In Miami-Dade, you tend to play, there's like one or two major stadiums that like all the teams will play home games in. The layout of Miami-Dade, you don't have high school stadiums. But that's not the one difference. That's not the one major difference. How about, I don't know if I've told this story to you. I've told it on different shows. I was blown away when I heard that offensive coordinators here, A, get the type of salary they do. B, it's their only job. Zay, you know how much better some of the talent in Florida would be if the O-line coach didn't have to get off from his shift, his chair at the barbershop, or the running backs coach didn't have to finish up his shift at Pet Boys. Like, so there's that amongst things, right? Like, my defensive line coach at high school worked at the jail. Like what do you want me to tell you, dog? So yeah, like there's a multitude of differences, but sure, stadiums, fan bases, coaches.
At the public schools, they have to teach.
Okay.
And a lot of them go the PE route,
right,
or the history route,
right.
Like nothing really too difficult for them. But yeah, it's mostly all about coaching. Absolutely. Yeah, it's different. It's different. Oh, that's hilarious, man. Pet Boys, then going off to practice. That's the grind right there.
Right. Zay, I'm not BSing you when I say I have heard conversation when I was covering sports down there where a high school coach was waiting on a position coach. And he's like, man, I'm gonna be late. I got two more heads. I just walked in. I got to cut these heads real quick to get this bread. So the little stipend I get at the end of the year for coaching, that ain't coming for another 3-4 months. But these heads is here right now, and I can charge. Say you as a brother who still has hair, I can still charge $40 a head. Get this bread real quick.
Yo, man, you lose that Friday, I ain't coming in Saturday. But I'm sorry, coach. I'm sorry, it ain't happening. I could have a date. I could have a professional event that I have to go to. You ain't tearing my head up because you still amped up on that loss last night. That ain't it. That ain't it, man. That is the grind. And you know what? People also don't realize how, like you said, with your story about South Florida and these guys needing to get out and that might be best for them. It's dangerous down there. There's some parts Miami and Fort Lauderdale and stuff where you're like, oh, no, you don't want to stop at the red lights too long. Like you might have to run some red lights just because it's a head on the swivel type of environment you're in, some of these cities and neighborhoods in South Florida. So I'm glad you touched on that a little bit because I've seen like documentaries on Ocho Cinco and stuff like that. And I'm like, damn, man, this is getting it from the mud right here.
Zay, I'll be quick. I remember I had a coach, I'm not going to say the name, a prominent former Division I FBS head coach who said to me, oh, man, you moving to Austin? Oh, be careful. Be careful out there. I said, bro, we live in South Florida. What are you talking about?
What?
He was trying to warn me about the perils of Austin. And I'm like, we live in South Florida.
Yeah.
And I've been in Austin 2 years. No disrespect. I'm not, because listen, every city got a hood. I'm not shading Austin at all. But I feel mighty comfortable driving around at night around this city.
No, always have, man. Being from here, I mean, there's a couple of spots. East Austin ain't the same.
Got a hood.
My mom, she's from East Austin, old East Austin.
Sure.
Yo, it was going down. My grandma had her house there for almost 50-something years. Going over there during the summer, going from Southwest Austin during the whole school year to the whole summer in East Austin. Oh, man. Right up the street from Givens Rec Center. You don't know nothing about that, E. Henry. Y'all listening. Y'all know something about Givens Rec Center, 12th Street, that area, Springdale. Yeah, man. good times, great memories. You know, there's some low riders and stuff that CB talking about over there at Riverside back in the day. I don't know if they still do that, but yes, Austin, very different than anywhere in South Florida. He is Eric Henry, Horns 24/7's finest, filling in for the great Chip Brown, who will be back next week. Let's get to some sponsors, though, before we talk about this Glenn Stretch Smith story and Jaden Blue. That is so interesting. But first, shout out to Covert BK, family owned and operated in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. If you don't want to take my word for how good Covert BK is, listen to these fine folks of Covert BK.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Yeah, shout out to Holly Street. That's right there off 35, like right before you get into downtown. Yeah, that used to be different back then. And our man Steven, Metopolis in the 90s. Yo, Metopolis, man. I remember playing that Metopolis Rec Center for them Pizza Hut leagues that were sponsored by the San Antonio Spurs. Yo, man, that was some serious competition back then. There were guys that I never saw again playing in that league that I was about 8 years old playing 12U. I swear, those 12 and under brothers, E. Henry, grown-ass men, 12 years old, making grown-ass moves, physical, throwing elbows. Oh, man, that was good times, man. Y'all taking me back. Shout out to Metopolis, man. Those days right there. Now, Metopolis Rec Center, which it needed to happen, but it got a little gentrified, you know what I'm saying? They had to redo it, you know, like it looks a lot better and stuff. So they needed that. But yeah, they had a boxing ring inside Metopolis Rec Center.
Oh,
so.
I know the type of rec center. As soon as you said that, I know the type of rec center you're talking about. As soon as you say you got the boxing ring, I know the type of rec center you're talking about, bro.
Troubled youth.
Troubled youth. Come work on some of that energy in a productive way. It's not pow. Every time, man, you got the boxing ring inside the rec center, only can mean one thing. You are in the ghetto. Yes.
You are in some type of hood, which is good. That's what they need.
Yes.
That's exactly what it needed. I'm sure to help so many different individuals that are now working people in this world, great people putting on for the community. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yo, do you know who Ann Wolf is? The boxer?
I do. Yeah. Ann Wolf's from Austin?
Yes. She's from Dove Springs.
Oh, wow.
Layla Ali was ducking and dodging her whole career.
Yes.
Her whole career. Yo, Ann Wolf was the truth.
Zay, you remember, oh my gosh. It was a white girl. It was I'll have to look up her name. Okay. You remember Ann Wolf, like it was a former college basketball player. The girl was like 6'3", and Ann Wolf came and laid her out like she was dead, bro. Do you remember? You know what I'm talking about? I'll find the clip and send it to you, and you can see it. But yes, I do remember. I had no idea Ann Wolf's from Austin, but yes, I do.
Yeah, she's from Dove Springs, straight ghetto. That's what she used to do back in the day. Hold on, CB, I gotta hear this.
Bucky. Oh, okay, yeah, I want to hear this.
What? I've never heard this story. I might have to call him after this. I'm like, yo, what happened with you and Ann Wolf? Because yeah, Bucky, he don't want that smoke. No one should want that smoke. Like, Ann Wolf still terrifies me. She was the truth, man. What a time. What a time.
I just sent you a clip. I can I can stall for 30 seconds while you watch this. I can tease.
Let me watch this.
Yeah, I know we're going to talk Jaden Blue and Glenn Stretch Smith. So I will stall while Zay watches this. And his face, for those of you watching on the Texas Sports Unfiltered YouTube page, his face will give it away when he sees the knockout. It is a ferocious knockout by Ann Wolf. So that is why I know that name. But yeah, we're going to get ready to talk. Did you see it, Zay?
Bro, hair was so crazy. Like the black trunks.
Yes.
Like it was just, why would anybody want this smoke?
Yes. So and we're going to get ready to talk.
Oh,
Here we
yeah.
go. Here we go. Unfortunately, BK, I apologize. I know we're kind of doing the horrible radio thing, which is like this is a auditory medium, and we're doing things visually that you can't see. So just Google Ann Wolf Vonda Ward for those of you who have not seen the knockout, and you guys can all be in on the joke.
God, she was so good. Yeah, Layla Ali, supposed to be the greatest women's boxer of all time. Was ducking and dodging Ann Wolf. She didn't want that smoke. Ann wanted it. Why was Layla Ali? Your last name's Ali. You can't be scared of nobody. That fight should have happened. I don't know why I did it, but that fight should have happened. All right, here, let's get to this story that I find so interesting. If you've listened to Chip and Zay before and heard us in the last year or so, you should know that our guy is Glenn Stretch Smith. And Stretch, though his time with the Cowboys, Longhorns, Oklahoma Sooners, Stretch has been around the block. Very highly respected in the game. Does great work for four-letter network radio channel, Central Texas. I think he's still doing that.
Yep.
But Stretch had some very interesting words to say about Jaden Blue. And it's weird, E. Henry, because when it comes to folks in the media, like when someone says that they heard from a source, like I know that this is a part of the game. You've done it before. You said it before. Chip says it all the time. Like they're a source for a reason, because there's a certain trust, there's a certain relationship that you have with that source to where you can say certain things on whatever platform you're able to say them, and that relationship still be intact because you're not saying that person's name, because we're all human. It might hurt someone's feelings. So Glenn Stretch Smith, he was on a podcast recently, a Cowboys podcast, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he said he heard from a source that Jaden Blue, throughout his workouts after he was drafted with the Cowboys, has come off as lazy. That was the main thing. I don't know exactly what else he said, but lazy was the thing that stuck out. Jaden Blue got wind of it. He went on his Instagram and posted on his stories, laughed my ass off, taking time out of your day to make a fake article about me for attention with the laughing, crying emoji. And then he went on to say in the next one with him, is a picture of him wearing Cowboys gear. They're finna feel me real soon. Production finna quiet all y'all with the 100 emoji. So I am not saying that Stretch isn't a liar. His source definitely could have told him this. I'm going to say Stretch told the truth, but it doesn't mean that it is the truth, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think Jaden Blue has so much potential with the Cowboys and in the pros. And I'm glad you're here, Henry, and we're talking about this because you've seen the behind-the-scenes look on Jaden Blue throughout his time at Texas. And you've talked to a lot of guys that played with Jaden Blue, but also coached Jaden Blue. And from my time listening to a lot of guys in media that cover Texas and just word around the street talk with Texas, I've never heard Jaden Blue ever being lazy.
Yeah.
He might have small hands. He might have had a fumbling issue. Lazy isn't a thing that came up with Jaden Blue ever. So to hear this coming from Stretch, which again, Stretch is a big deal. Like, why wouldn't he have sources with his time with the Cowboys? Why wouldn't he know people? So I'm not, again, saying that he is a liar for what he said. It's just, it's very hard to believe with what we know about Jaden Blue, this being true. Your thoughts on it?
All right, so I'm going to tackle this from a couple of different angles. First, I'm going to start where you started, which is the concept of sources. I'm not going to turn this into a journalism class. That's not entertaining radio, but I'll just say this. When it comes to sources, and to be clear, Zay, I didn't really know about the Stretch deal up until you mentioned it, and then I researched after the show yesterday. I was, trying to get my own self squared away coming back from SEC Media Day. So I didn't see the whole hullabaloo, go down. When it comes to sources, I've seen some people say, Stretch Smith hasn't been in that building in over 2 decades, right? Because as best I know, the last time he was on the staff was the early 2000s. Let me tell you something right now. If you've been inside the building, you have sources. Now, those sources can be far removed, right? Because I don't have the same amount of sources when I was covering FIU when I just left that I do now, but I still know people inside the building. And no, I'm not comparing FIU to the Dallas Cowboys. I'm just saying once you've been inside the building, especially at the level that Stretch has, right? Having coached, been on the staff, I guarantee he still has 2 or 3 people inside the building, right? Now, there's levels of sources, and that's the part that, again, I won't make this a whole journalism class, but I'd be curious to know what that source told Stretch. And
Uh-oh. I lost E. Henry. Man, E. Henry was preaching too. I don't know.
All right, my back.
You're back. Okay,
all right, cool. Yeah, I know. I looked. I was like, oh man, I'm having an internet issue. I was saying levels of sources.
Okay,
this is how it works, Zay. I'd be curious to see if what that source told him, right? And if Stretch repeated it verbatim, because a lot of times you'll have a source that'll tell you something, and they're just giving you the real, right? They're just flying off the hip, and you don't want to repeat exactly what they said, so you got to kind of paraphrase it, right? I'd be curious to see if that was the scenario. I'm going to go to Jaden Blue. Jaden Blue impressed me because when he fumbled, and he had his fumbling issues, Zay, he could have not come out and done media. He could have told John Bianco, Thomas Stepp, not doing it. He could have not come post-game. He could have not come on Mondays to media. He always showed up, always answered the questions. And Jaden Blue, when I want to say it was Joe Cook or Seth Golden, asked him, like, dude, why are you here? Like, why are you here? He said, because I want to be a pro. And I know when I get to the league, this is going to be part of the job. I can't avoid it, right? So I got to come out here and face y'all. When I have a good game, I face y'all. I got to come in and have a bad game. For someone, especially his age, at, quite frankly, the University of Texas, where you don't have to go do media if you don't want to, right? To show that level of accountability, it's hard for me to believe that person's lazy. And I haven't heard anything about Jaden Blue being lazy. Now, I'm not doubting Stretch, because Stretch and I have a relationship. I spoke with Stretch after the show. I'm not going to repeat what he said, not because of, trying to keep anything private. It was purely because he called me about an unrelated issue, and that was a private conversation, right, where he got into the Jaden Blue thing. I don't think Stretch has a reason to lie. What reason? Let's just think about this for a second. What reason does a guy who's 2.5 decades removed from being on that staff, who's had a successful media career, WFAA, ESPN, Central Texas, others, he has no reason to just make something up, right? So I'm trying to take everything in totality, but I can just give you my own firsthand dealings. I've never had an issue with Jaden Blue. I've never heard him being lazy. So there's that aspect. And here's the last part of this whole deal that I'll kind of, use, and I when I talk about these things, I like to use examples from me because I like to talk about other people without talking about myself, right? And I'm here on a show with Zay. Zay and I have had a back and forth on Trey Johnson, right? Where Zay had heard things about Trey Johnson and the way he was handling his teammates. And I had a source, right, who came to me and said, well, I don't exactly see it that way, right? When you think about sources, you have to ask yourself, what perspective is this source coming from, right? The source that I spoke to, who countered Zay's thoughts on Trey Johnson, I got to protect this source. How can I say this? They have a vested interest in the University of Texas, right? While still being a credible source, they have a vested interest in the University of Texas. So, of course, I, as the reporter, have to say, this person, while I believe what they're saying, because this person is a reliable source, also, it wouldn't benefit them at all to be like, you know what? Yeah, Zay's telling the truth. And also, I didn't use your name, Zay, but, Zay's telling the truth. Trey's running around being a dickhead. Like, it wouldn't benefit them to do that either, right? So when it comes to sources, you have to consider who that source is and like where their allegiances may lie. But to bring it all the way full circle, yeah, like Stretch doesn't have a reason to lie. That wouldn't benefit him. I'm sure most of his audience in Waco are Cowboys fans or Longhorn fans. He's a Longhorn. It wouldn't benefit him to just make something up just to, piss off people. But at the same point in time, in my experience with Jaden Blue, that guy who showed the accountability for fumbling the football, it's hard for me to see that guy being lazy.
Yeah, I agree. And, this is what Stretch said exactly. He was on the Locked On Cowboys podcast, and he went on to say, I'm already hearing some rumblings out of the building about the running back that they drafted and him being kind of borderline lazy. Not in the building during his offseason workouts. So, I don't know. Like, you're right. Like, Stretch has no reason to lie whatsoever. I think Stretch definitely has a lot of pull still with the Dallas Cowboys just because he's a great guy. Like, we've had him on the show for a reason, and he always has me rolling, and he has some really, really good takes. That's why he has a solid job talking sports in Waco. But this is one of those where you're like, damn, man, Jaden Blue, really? Like, I out of all the people, Jaden Blue, which never heard a bad thing about him from Sark or from Tashard Choice, anything like that. Like, I love the story that you just told about how he manned up and said, yo, I might be struggling right now, might be a liability with holding on to the football, but I'm man enough to answer questions and still show that I'm a leader of this ball club and take on that responsibility. Like, that shows growth and character, and that's something that I could definitely applaud and get with. But I hear what Rodney's saying here, like maybe it's a sneaky way to motivate him. I don't know, because this is some bias-ass shit. I got Jaden Blue being Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Oh, my. Do you really?
What's up, man? Why not? Why not? Why not? Cowboys, first in the division.
Zay,
wait a minute. To the Super Bowl.
Wait a minute, Zay. Are you one of them?
No, I'm not. I just love.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Trolling Cowboys fans.
Oh, okay. So I was gonna say, if you're one of them,
Jaden Blue on the team, I got 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
Okay.
So I'm rooting for the Cowboys because I want Jaden Blue to succeed, just like I'm rooting for the Titans because I want Trevondre Sweat to succeed. Sure. I'm rooting for the Broncos because I want Johnny Barron to succeed. You know what I'm saying? No,
I got you.
So that's just, I want Jaden Blue to prove everyone wrong because I do think, like, Chip had him before last season as a sleeper for the Doak Walker Award. And obviously that didn't work out, but I saw Chip's vision. You see that talent. You see that home run hitting ability. You saw the catches that he had against A&M. You saw the home run that he had against Clemson. Like, Jaden Blue has a lot of that in him, just in between the tackles, Can he hold on to that rock and be productive there when it becomes a shorter game? We have to see. Can he be an every down back? We have to see. But I think he has all the upside in the world. And yeah, hopefully this does motivate him. Cowboys started camp today. Hopefully those guys, Brian Schottenheimer, Jerry, Stephen Jones, they see, okay, this kid out of Texas is a bad mother, shut your mouth. And he's going to help our ball club.
Zay, there's one aspect of the conversation, excuse me, this damn frog in my throat. One aspect around Blue that people reached out to me yesterday and gave me this perspective. Again, I was not in the Lone Star State when Jaden Blue was in high school, so I can't speak to this. The one aspect they gave me when talking about this whole Stretch Smith deal and Jaden Blue in the story is they said, well, remember, Jaden sat out his senior year of high school. And my thing, and I'm just going to give you my perspective. This is what I answered to them. I don't think that's indicative of being lazy. I'm sorry, I don't. A lot of kids are choosing to forego, whether it's they want to reclassify, Zay, and get a year into college a year early, or if it's an NIL deal like Quinn Ewers, of course, he left to go, reclassify it so he could capitalize on NIL, or let's just call a spade, Zay. Dog, this isn't the 90s or the 80s or whenever. A lot of kids see themselves as brands at an early age. Zay's background is hoops. A lot of these kids, 14, 15 years old, see themselves as brands. They see, they're being, whether it's what they see themselves, or they're being told that the bigger picture is you got to look out for this, right? So I don't view Jaden Blue skipping his senior year because, of course, remember, he had injuries going back to his middle school days, right, with the knee. I don't view that as indicative of being lazy, but there were some people who tried to, use that and say, oh, well, that's indicative of maybe him being a me first guy instead of a team first guy. And again, in the 2 seasons that I covered Jaden Blue, I just didn't see it.
Yeah, I forget that he didn't play his senior year at high school. And a lot of people tried to question his character that way.
Yeah.
I don't think you could do that. Like, even though you have control of your life, not as much as you think you would. Your parents are in charge of a lot of what you do. And I don't know how that conversation went when Jaden Blue and his family and his parents went through that process of, we're looking at the future, at the position that you play, at the volume that you get with your team. We don't want you crashing out when you should be hitting your peak. We're looking out for you. Big part of the reason why Jaden Blue didn't come back this season, which a lot of people probably argue that he should have. But as a running back, your time is ticking a lot faster than the rest of the positions in the National Football League. We all know that after you turn 27, whatever the hell narrative that is, which analytics do show you. I know there's Saquons out there, but analytics do show you a lot of the time after the age of 27 as a running back, it starts crashing fast. So you got to make the most of your very short career. And I think Jaden Blue and his family understood that early. Is it selfish in a way? Yes. But there's a lot of moments in your life where we all have to be selfish for our own benefit and our own mental health, because that's just what the game is. So I know in a sport that we call football, which is the ultimate team sport, certain things like that can be frowned upon. But Jaden Blue hasn't given me anything that suggests that he is lazy, that he's not a hard worker, that he's not built for the next level. The only thing you can knock on is a little bit of the injuries in his past and then ball security, which is a big deal for a running back. But besides that, I feel like the rest of the 31 teams in the National Football League would love to have a Jaden Blue in their backfield because he's that dynamic with the rock in his hands.
Zay, real quick before you transition, you talked about the age with running back and the advanced analytics, the stat they typically use is number of carries, right? Can I give you my favorite statistic when it comes to a running back who has been an anomaly in terms of that? Derrick Henry, a guy from North Florida, one of the big country boys from Yulee up there at that Florida-Georgia line that just is bigger than everybody else his entire life. The fact that Derrick Henry is still doing what he's doing is amazing. Can I just read to you Derrick Henry's senior year rushing numbers? 511 carries. Can I say that again? 511 carries for 4,800 yards and 55 touchdowns. The fact that that man is still standing after getting over 1,300 carries in high school, all the carries he got at Alabama, all the carries he got at Tennessee, and his physical running style is insane. So that's just one of my favorite stats. That when I say, like, you were talking about it, and you're 100% correct, right? That your age 27 / however number of carries you have, usually things tend to crater. I can't remember if the number is 2,000 or 2,500. I think it's like 2,500 carries or 3,000 carries where your numbers tend to drop. 500 carries in high school is insane. And granted, he was bigger than everybody else, but it's still 500 carries, dog.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, folks were just flat out scared to tackle Derrick Henry. Hell, guys in the NFL are scared to tackle Derrick Henry. And yeah, he's just one of those guys that father time means nothing to him. Like, it makes you think about how good the Baltimore Ravens could be if they could just get over that playoff hump. A lot of people have them winning it all this year, and a lot of that's because of Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. So we'll see. I'm excited. Even though college football, we're definitely amped for that here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm super excited for the NFL season because I think just like college football, that's pretty wide open too. Like, there's a lot of parity in the NFL, and I know you would think that the Eagles would repeat, but there's a reason why there hasn't been a repeat champion in recent memory. So definitely going to keep our eye on that. Let's stay at the NFL a little bit, E. Henry, because Jerry Jones had some interesting comments about Micah Parsons yesterday. And basically, Jerry's saying they're not in any rush to get Micah Parsons paid. And I was listening to Jane Slater, shout out Jane Slater, UT alum, Longhorn Network alum. She does great work for the NFL Network covering the Cowboys. She was talking about how Jerry and them, they are looking at their past big contracts in recent memory. And finally saying, maybe we shouldn't have paid Dak Prescott that much money. Maybe we shouldn't have paid Trayvon Diggs that much money. And we should have spread it out a little bit more. And they don't want to get caught up doing the same for Micah Parsons, which if you're Micah, you're the opposite of that. I saw his interview with The Undertaker the other day, wrestler The Undertaker. Micah was wearing that big-ass Cowboys hat. And, Micah, he's very good with being in the media, being part of the media, and dealing with the media. So, he just answered a question with a smile on his face. But he's over here like, yeah, I don't really understand why we can't come to a deal because the market's just getting higher. Like, there's guys that I have way better stats, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he's basically like, there's guys that have better stats than that are getting all this money, yet I'm over here waiting around. And now you're thinking about Dak's deal and all these Trayvon Diggs deal, and you're probably wondering if Jerry's paying these guys all this money, whether it's valid or not, where my money at? What's going on? What's the holdup? So I get both sides. Micah's looking at Jerry like, yo, Jerry, we've seen you in the past. You've given guys who might not be as deserving as me all this paper. Where you at? While Jerry's over here like, yeah, I'm finally realizing those might have been mistakes. And I don't want to get caught up slipping again. So where do the Cowboys go from here? E. Harry, I'd like to hear your thoughts about it.
Zay, did you open this segment or this topic by saying that Jerry Jones said that we're not in a rush?
I don't know if he said it like that,
Okay.
but basically,
but that was the gist of it.
Yeah. But he's already on contract. Like, he's already on contract, so we're not in any rush right now. Yeah.
Zay, Gerald Wayne Jones is 82 years old. Brother, everything you do needs to be a rush. What the hell are you talking about? I saw this. I knew we were going to talk about this. And I saw this quote. I want to make sure I got it right, from Kevin Clark of ESPN, who does a great job. He does a lot of stuff with Peyton Manning, the Omaha Productions. Great job. He said this on First Take. And I don't watch First Take, so anything that comes from that show, I'm going to see on Twitter. But he said, because I agree with this quote, Zay. Kevin Clark said, when I look at Jerry Jones, I think of one thing. If the football gods came down and said, Jerry, you get to win the next 3 Super Bowls, but the catch is you can't do a press conference. He looks at the football gods and says, no deal. Listen, I don't like to just be the guy who just bashes Jerry Jones, because I think he deserves, let's be fair to him. He's been better in recent years, over the last, let's call it 5, 6, 7, 8 years of letting Stephen Jones do some things, and also drafting really well. The Cowboys have drafted well, right? So I want to give him credit for that. And the dude did win championships, I don't say the architect. We all know Jimmy Johnson was the architect, but, won championships in the 90s. I want to be respectful to him in that regard. But his need to do a press conference is just insane to me. And I'll say this. I'm not mad, Zay, that he does press conferences, because I think, quite frankly, more owners should be a little more accountable. They hide behind the fact they own the team, and let their head coach hang out to dry whenever there's an issue. I think more ADs should do more press conferences. There's an AD in Austin who, is phenomenal at his job. I've called him the anti-Jerry Jones, because he will do whatever it takes to win and does not care, at least to the best that I have my knowledge, doesn't care about being in the spotlight. If his teams win, he knows it'll come back his way. But I think that guy could do more press conferences, okay? But it's the things that Jerry Jones says in these press conferences that make you wonder, like, what is your priority? Is your priority being an entertainer? Is your priority making your team, your brand, valuable, entertainment? Because if that's the goal, Jerry Jones has done that successfully for the past 3 decades. Cowboys drive ratings. Cowboys, you say Cowboys, ESPN, they're on it. FS1 is on it. Cowboys are going to be on Thanksgiving. Cowboys are going to be in prime time. Like, I remember, I'm not really old enough to remember the mid 90s years, but I remember like the late end of Troy Aikman's career. But I remember more than anything else, like the Quincy Carter, Chad Hutchinson Cowboys, right? Man. I'm asking my dad, why are these people on TV? My dad's just like, that's always how it's been. I'm like, but they suck. Like, it was the running back. Oh man, was it Hambrick? I think Troy Hambrick was his name. The running back who came after Emmitt Smith, right? That they ushered Emmitt out the door, had Emmitt in the Arizona Cardinals uniform, right? So I think his name was Hambrick. One of the listeners, I'm sure, can correct me, right? Like, they suck, but they always were on TV. That is a byproduct of Jerry Jones, and he deserves credit for that. But Zay, is there not room to be Robert Kraft? Where Robert Kraft would and is someone who's out there in the media, but he's not out there saying these wild things. He's not out there just going crazy. Zay, and I don't know if you saw this, and this is Stretch Smith texting me at this. Oh man, it's funny how life works, right? No, I was going to say, Zay, something else that I find interesting, to bring it full circle, talking about ownership. I don't know if you saw that, Jim Irsay passed away, and the owner of the Colts, the controlling interest goes to his daughters now. And Carly Irsay Gordon, I believe is her name. I don't know if you've seen the images of her, Zay, wearing the headset on the sideline, right? And when she was asked about it, she's like, I'm not here to interfere with what my head coach does. If I own a business, I want to hear how things are being operated, right? Like I commend owners for doing certain things, but Jerry just be getting in front of the camera and saying wild stuff that I'm like, to bring it full circle, you're 82 years old. Why are you haggling about, we don't want to do this to Micah, we don't want to pay this for a running back? No, you need to be going all in. And not just because of his age. I'm not a Cowboy fan, but the Cowboys have had over the last, really the Tony Romo era through now, but let's just call it the last 5 years, the Dak window, Zay. I don't know how you feel. I feel they've been a team that, if they just put all the pieces together, could win a championship. If they just go for it, right? The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, what did they do the year they won a championship? They went for it. Signed Tom Brady, signed Rob Gronkowski, signed crazy-ass Antonio Brown, who's going to throw up the deuces and take his clothes off and go catch an Uber in the middle of freezing weather in MetLife. Like, whatever it takes, because we know we have a window, right? That's the disconnect with me and Jerry Jones. It's like, does he think his window is 10 years? Because it's not, dog. Like, it's not. You need to be making a push for it now. So I'm always flabbergasted when I hear Jerry talk about these things about, we don't want to do this because of this. I'm not saying mortgage the entire franchise, but Zay, Patrick Mahomes, I'll say it. They're getting older. I mean, Mahomes is in his prime, but Travis Kelce's getting older. They're vulnerable. This is not just like, oh man, everything runs through the Chiefs. Look at Buffalo, right? They're trying to push. They're trying to go for it. They know their window with Josh Allen is now, right? So I'm just, it's always just unique to see Jerry Jones kind of talk about his team in this sense of like time. And I'm just like, is your goal to win 11 games and be entertaining? Or is your goal to win a Super Bowl? Because if your goal is to win a Super Bowl, I feel like you've done the back end part really well. You've drafted second round, third round, fourth round really well and found guys, the things that championship teams do, Zay, get those back end guys to fill your roster. But go spend your money to go get a dude when they're out there. And they want to put on that star, or they want to keep wearing that star. So my rant is over.
No, I love it, man. Like the George Pickens get, I think that's a solid get. Dak, I think Dak gets a lot of unfair criticism. Like, yes, in the playoffs, he has folded a couple of times, but Dak's also played some really good football and won some really big games. You can't put all the blame on him like my co-host loves to do. It seems like, thinks that they should have traded Dak, thinks that they should have traded Micah, wouldn't even be in this mess. Micah Parsons is such an interesting character because, he's a part of the media. He does his podcast and stuff. I think he does a hell of a job. I think he's a terrific personality for the NFL, like a guy that just loves to have fun, but also when it's time to get busy and when it's game time, he locks in, and he's one of the best players in the game for a reason. So I think the Cowboys are in the pickle. Because if you have to trade him, you waited way too long to do that, seems like. And now him coming back, you don't have DeMarcus Lawrence anymore. He's playing for Seattle. Like, you need that edge rushing guy that could disrupt the game. And not too many guys are like Micah Parsons, but you stubbed your foot so many times, overpaying so many guys. Now you want to be stingy. Now you want to be smart about your money. And it's like, damn, Jerry, you should have been like this a long time ago. Like, you're muted, E. Henry.
Damn it. I'm sorry, Zay. I didn't mean to break your thought. I was going to say, you've been stingy, but now the dudes who you're supposed to pay, you don't want to pay because you paid dudes who you weren't supposed to pay in the past.
Yep. It's tough. But the Cowboys will figure it out. They also fined Trayvon Diggs $500,000 for not being at the facilities to do rehab and instead being in Florida to do rehab. I don't know about this one.
Yeah.
I don't know. Now, Trayvon Diggs, he's been hurt these last few years. So if you're the Cowboys, obviously him rehabbing and getting prepared for the season and being a part of that, that's important. But to find a guy that much, like you also have to have a certain level of trust that Trayvon Diggs is doing whatever it takes to get back on the field and be as good as possible for your ball club. So there's that thin line of, okay, he is a professional athlete. If he wants to be at home, getting his work in, because for him, that's the most comfortable place to do so, then cool. But we just talked about, E. Henry, these guys going back home and having those distractions and how that could be problematic for a guy. And if the Cowboys, who clearly by this fine don't like, I get it, it's in his contract, but they could renegotiate that contract to where that's not a thing. Like they could let him keep his money if they felt like he was getting the most out of his rehab and his workouts while he was at home, opposed to him being at Jerry World or what the Frisco facilities, whatever facilities that they have in Dallas, where the Star, thank you, where he could be doing his rehab instead. So I think that's an interesting situation there, because in my opinion, I wanted to find them. Like I would have sent somebody up there, pay someone else that, and have them go stay at a Motel 6 for about a couple of weeks to see what Trayvon Diggs is doing, and then report back like, hey, coach, he's getting this shit together. Like we saw it, we liked it, he's good there. But again, I'm not the Cowboys. They obviously felt like Trayvon Diggs was BSing, and they sent him that $500,000 check, or they taking that $500,000 check right out of that, right out of that bank account and back in their pockets.
I'll give you my thoughts. Zay, you and I, we both had fun memories of the movie Any Given Sunday a little while back when we were on.
Classic.
Was there not a scene in Any Given Sunday where the interests of the team and the team doctor ran opposite the interest of the player? Sure. I'm not saying, all right, it's a movie. I know some of you guys roll your eyes, but like those things happen, right? There have been plenty of lawsuits that have happened. The most notable one, Zay, that I can think of recently. Remember when Tyrod Taylor got his lung, or what internal organ was it, got punctured by the team doctor? And that almost ended his career, right? Like, I'm not saying it's that drastic. All I'm saying is for the team to take the position, oh, we need you with our guys, I think there's some level of flexibility there. If Trayvon Diggs has shown, like, hey, this guy's accountable. When he shows up, he's in shape. We know how he works. I would give a little leeway there, but I do understand the team perspective saying, hey, we'd like to have you do your rehab here. We want you with our guys, so on and so forth. I hope I hope this doesn't become a thing where they're that petty. They really hold the $500,000 over his head. Sometimes they'll announce these fines and then, it'll get worked out somewhere down the road. It'll come back to the player in the form of a roster bonus. Hey, you're on the roster by X period of time. We'll get you that money back, or a playing time bonus. You played X amount of snaps, or Zay, one of the, to me, I thought the moment was overblown, to be honest. And I say that as a Bucs fan, but it was considered one of the greatest moments of last season, right? When Baker Mayfield, the last game of the year, gets Mike Evans that catch in the fourth quarter, last drive of the game. So he gets his 1,000-yard bonus, keeps his streak of 1,000-yard seasons alive, right? Like, and to be clear, like that almost felt like, the Saint defender let him have it because this was a quick out. Yeah. He's just like, all right, here, roll over, right? But nevertheless, a lot of times the fine money will come back to the player somehow. I hope that's one of the situations that happens here. But with that being said, I get both sides. I just think, to me, it's pettiness for the sake of being petty, unless you have a history of, hey, this guy doesn't. We're kind of questioning how he rehabs injuries. If you have someone like that, then I get it. But if Trevon Diggs has shown himself to be accountable, and there's no reason from what, I've read to believe that he's not someone who's going to take rehab seriously, hopefully this comes back to him in some form or fashion.
Yeah, now it'd be different if he was rolling around with Big Bro this summer, because we know Big Bro was wilding.
Right.
He was wilding with Cardi B all summer long, just acting the fool. He was reporting late to whatever, I think OTAs for New England and stuff like that. So
which I don't blame the brother being with Cardi B for, I don't blame the brother.
I don't blame him either. Like, that's something that you got to take advantage of.
You got to take advantage of it. Because who knows how long you're going to have it, Zay?
Exactly. It's temporary. That's a temporary thing. You know what I'm saying? Which that leads me to the right call here. We got about 4 minutes left. Let's get petty for the last 4 minutes, because the great Shaquille O'Neal, one of my favorite players of all time, Big Diesel, said that he gives the Meg the Stallion Klay Thompson relationship 6 weeks.
He said 6 weeks.
6 weeks. 6 months. 6 weeks, E. Henry. And I love this relationship. I think it's the perfect extrovert-introvert relationship, with Meg clearly being the extrovert and Klay being that calm, chill, let my play do the talking type of fella. I did not see this relationship coming at all. And those are the ones that I can support. You know what I'm saying? Because Klay Thompson's a good guy. Always has been. Always had a deadly jump shot. Got 4 championships under his belt. On his way to the Hall of Fame. But's always been low-key. Always been to himself. Likes his boats, his dogs, his weed. Was very just to himself. Not flashy. Let Steph and Draymond have that. So to be with Meg the Stallion, bro, she got a special place in my heart because she's a Texan. I'm Team Meg all the way. But no one saw this coming. I think Diesel is a little petty for saying this. And people do their homework. People find receipts. Apparently, Diesel was in them comments and them DMs for Meg the Stallion. Like, I think he's tried to get with that over the years, and Meg was like, nah. So maybe this is Diesel's way of saying, I'm hating here. I salute a good hater out there. But I hope this one lasts, man. I hope this could be like a basketball version of Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Why not?
Zay, a couple things here. One, Diesel is clearly biased. If you've heard the way that man has talked about the women in his life and how much he regrets some of the things he's done, I feel like he's just, he's at a point in his life right now where his whole radar when it comes to women ain't right. So there's that, right? And I say radar, not that he's picking bad women, but he's openly talked about, man, I messed up. I did this. Okay, so there's that. That's not even talking about him trying to get in the DMs. Now to Klay and Meg. I'm not going to lie. I do find it curious that, she would get someone who looks like the PBS logo. Zay, have you ever just Google Klay Thompson PBS logo? And if you have, put in your Google machine, Klay Thompson PBS logo, you'll see what I'm talking about.
What is wrong with you?
Google it. Google it. Why you just right now Google it and you tell me if I'm wrong? This is my thought, okay? I support a good guy winning because I like to look at myself as a decent human being, a good guy, and it can't always be the thugs out here winning. It can't always be the Futures and the Chris Browns, men who live their life like Chris Brown, like, hey, what can you've been with a rich dude, what can he do for you? As he put the PBS logo, right? You got to do Klay PBS logo because they'll do it side by side. They'll do it side by side.
Found that.
Do Klay PBS logo. They'll do it side by side. I like to see a good guy win. However, we can admit that Klay is a lame. And there's nothing wrong with being a lame. Because there's a lame right now who pulled one of the baddest women of our era, Zay, and Russell Wilson. He is a lame. And he pulled Ciara. Why? Because Ciara was going out with them thugs. And you know, one of Sierra's homegirls said, you know what you need? You need a church going man. What you need, right? There you go. Does the brother not look like the PBS logo? Like, I'm just saying.
I see it, but I don't see it.
But going back to Klay, like this can be Meg's Russ. You know, like you need you a church going man, a man who's gonna sit at home. He ain't gonna be running the streets. He ain't gonna be doing this. He ain't gonna be doing that. So I don't know. I don't see 6 weeks because I wouldn't have thought Russ and Sierra would have went as long as they have. But sometimes, you know, you mess around with too many of them thugs, and we all know Meg's history. You know, maybe she's either a good lame, a man who, you know, gonna be at home, ain't gonna be running the streets, and it's about her. So I can appreciate a good guy winning.
Oh man, he is Eric Henry, Horns 24/7's finest. It's been a blast. You rocking and rolling with me these last 2 days, my guy, filling in for the great Chip Brown, man. Lots of laughs, lots of good sports talk. Appreciate you, brother.
Anytime, Zay. Appreciate y'all. Check me out, Horns 24/7, 24/7 Sports. And I won't promote another outlet on BK's platform. I have too much respect for BK. But if you follow me on Twitter at @EricCHenry_, I will be doing some more sports talk in the near future in Central Texas for a week or so. So I won't promote it here. Again, too much love for BK, you know, competing. But just follow me on Twitter. And if you want to check me out there, you can find it there.
Appreciate you, E. Henry. Be cool, man. Let's bring on the guys from Open Gym. Patrick, Matt, fellas.
What's up?
Going on, man? Hey, Zay, did you say Shaq was talking trash about an NBA player? I don't believe it. I don't believe that Shaq was talking trash about another. Really? The guy who does that for a living, every 20 minutes has got to be like, man, the NBA is the worst. Can I get that check, Adam? Hey, give me that check again about the NBA. Oh, but what's the worst? I cannot stand that. By the way, I just saw another dude I can't stand on TV, but I cannot stand Shaq anymore. All he does is talk trash. All he does.
Yeah, man. He said 6 weeks he thinks Klay Thompson and Meg the Stallion, or that's it. Which I'm like, damn, man, you don't believe in love at all.
Hey, that's not the meanest thing you can say. The meanest thing you can say is 2 words. Will Smith. That is what happens when bad girls try and go good, is a 20-year cucking that is Will Smith.
Hey, man, that's just a rumor.
And not a rumor. She said it.
Yeah, but Will was having his cake and eat it too. I heard him and Margot Robbie were, you know, there's rumors about them two during whatever movie they were in together.
Good for him. I mean, they said they had an open relationship, is what they said.
Yeah. It's not cucking.
It felt like it because Jada was coming out dropping a lot of stuff.
Jada was.
No one else was rapping about, you know, sleeping with Will Smith.
Damn, man. How funny.
That's true.
I'm just saying. Just saying.
Appreciate you, boys. I'll have a good show. See y'all tomorrow. So see y'all tomorrow.
See y'all tomorrow. Glad to be here for Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I don't know much drama either. I'm pretty out of most gossip and drama, but I do remember all that stuff happening and being on radio. I'm sure I heard enough about it. Crazy stuff like that. As we roll in, myself, Petty Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI, as we get into a Tuesday edition of Open Gym. You guys are always part of the conversation here on the chat on Facebook, Twitch, X, and of course on YouTube, where you can like and subscribe and see us every single day, Monday through Friday. Also, if you want to hit us up on the Coda text line, and if you're listening in the app, 512-222-9328 is the text line number to join the conversation at any point. We're going to talk a lot of media days today, Matt. ACC and Big Ten Media Days started off. Not a ton to get out of it, but I'm sure we will get some good conversations. And I did, like, right before I turned the TV off before the show, saw the person that I do not know how this person keeps getting back on TV. I despise this person. They are not good for college football, and yet they continue to get on TV and apparently now have an award. And it's killing me. But Craig James, go away. Just go away forever, Craig James. Go away. He's at ACC Media Days. No, he was just there because there's now a Pony Express award. They're giving it away an award because they go, oh, the fact we cheated, but they're getting paid now means the same thing. Like, no, dude, you had the best team in the Pony Express because you paid all the players to come there. And like, that's it. That's the reason. So the award is the paid for best duo should be what it's called. You bought the best duo, and that is why they're there. So he killed the SMU program because he accepted money, and they all flaunted the money, and they all did whatever the hell they wanted. They never had a care in the world for anybody else. We all know that. He went to the USFL because they're going to pay more money in the NFL. And then he said it was about being an outlaw and whatever else. It wasn't. It was about money. Then he went to the NFL. He had one really good season. He started to have some injuries, and it went downhill from there. He then went off and screwed Mike Leach with a whole story that really did not let them come off well, but he worked for ESPN. So he comes off and gets to spread the entire narrative, ends up getting Mike Leach fired at Texas Tech, which is probably good for the Longhorns because they got worse coaches after that. But he screwed over the Texas Tech program to protect his son, who, by the way, works for a company that his dad started because he raised a kid who can't do anything else. I don't know his kid really, but I'll say this. If Craig James is your dad, you're probably not that good of a person because Craig James is an awful, awful person and shouldn't be on TV anymore. Allegedly, in my opinion, whatever else you want to say. I do not like that guy, and I hate that he is on TV still. And people are still like, they go, man, the Pony Express was just so much fun back in the day. And like all of us great players just wanted to go play at SMU. No, you went there because of the money. Say it. Say it. They got a death penalty for cheating. Say it.
Wow.
So annoying.
I mean, I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I don't know that I'm that passionate about hating the guy just because I think he's irrelevant. I do think he's a scumbag of a human being, though, and he should not be, anywhere near college football. The stuff that he came out and said about Mike Leach just to protect his kid was absolutely ridiculous. No. Mike Leach didn't deserve that. Texas Tech didn't deserve that, even though I'm not the biggest Texas Tech guy in the world. But hey, he's kind of a meme at this point, isn't he? He's not working for the SEC. He's not working for ESPN. He just has some meaningless award that he's giving out for the ACC that doesn't mean a dang thing. So
yeah, the award is for the best duo because, man, me and Eric Dickerson were so good. But I mean, like, there's just like 20 things to dislike about this guy. And then they still are like, man, weren't you great back in college? Like, we can't. No. That team was really good because they cheated.
Yeah, they cheated, and Eric Dickerson is just as guilty as Craig James.
100 people, I'm sure 50 people on that team are guilty of it.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of the most egregious forms of cheating in the history of college, in the history of sports, let alone college sports. And they just walk around acting like they were some great, they were some great thing that happened with college football. No, like you broke the rules. You broke the rules. And if anybody was going to pay them that kind of money anywhere else, they would have gone somewhere else. There wasn't anything special about SMU that got them to go there, other than big wads of cash and cars and girls.
And Dallas was a great pipeline city to get players from. And so they were able to keep players from Dallas because they were like, hey, high school senior who's really good in our town, you like that car? Well, here's the keys. Have fun with what's in the trunk. And you get a lot of good players that way. And it's crazy to me that it's like thought of because they think of it. And it's just because this thing always kills me is people who don't have empathy for the chaos they have caused always drives me nuts. And so when somebody just goes, oh, well, I took the money, but what? And you go, well, every other team lost because y'all cheated. So every game that you won because you cheated against someone else hurt somebody else, but that doesn't enter your mind ever. That you cost other teams and cost other coaches and cost players opportunities because you guys were just a better team because you illegally rigged the deck.
Mm-hmm.
And so
that's what's different about today. Why you can't complain that one school is spending more money than another school is because it's been legal. It's been the way that the business works.
Yeah,
it's go ahead.
It's just crazy because, you go, yes, we see what it was. You guys got caught a lot of times because you were doing it very egregiously and you were doing it with a lot of players. I'm not saying not everybody else cheated because a lot of other teams have cheated along the way. Not saying that. I'm saying that there's certain rules and there was certain like etiquette to it and you guys blew past all of it, did not care about it all. And now years later, like, no, we still shouldn't have had any problems. Like we've seen no fault in what we did. And it drives me nuts.
Yeah. I mean, there's no difference in what they did than a guy, cheating in the World Series of poker. Like, you cheated, you broke the rules. It's a different game then than it was today. And to take satisfaction away from that in the ruining of potentially other people's careers, and definitely their college football careers, like it's just scumbag behavior. And it's why I don't understand why people like Hugh Freeze today. Also,
it's true. No, and
because
look, I believe
he cheated he cheated his ass off. He did horrible things and pretends to be this holier than thou Christian man who believes in God and is a family man and all this stuff. And he's just none of those things. And his history proves it, but he's not going to ever come out and admit that. And Craig James is the same thing.
Yeah. And believe me, I don't like the Astros cheated either. I'm not a fan of the Astros cheating, and I'm pretty glad that there's not really anybody left on the team who did. I also really dove into what they did, so I have a wide variety of knowledge about what they did. It's mostly available. You can see who got the most help from it. You can see who is better with it, before it, without it. There was a lot of things. And then what pissed me off about the Astros part was afterwards, there's a lot of stuff that didn't happen that then people are just like, let's pile it all on. Let's throw it all to them. But I agree, the Astros was not good either. I don't like that either. But Jose Altuve didn't cheat, so don't say that. He was not a cheater. Won that MVP, all natural. That's what he did. Yeah, that was just annoying me. Media days had to get that up because it was like right before they went on the show, and I'm like, how are we still allowing this? And why is SMU like, we should bring back the guys who destroyed our team from taking all that money and being just awful, and then lying about it for years and years until they finally came over like, oh yeah, of course we all get paid. Yeah, now we're far enough away from it, and my NFL career is over, so I can't really get punished for it anymore. Yeah, of course we cheated. So yeah, there's that. But let's get into a little bit of it, Matt, about what did happen between SMU. There's a couple talking points that came out. Do you want to start? We'll start with the ACC because it's not as annoying. I think the ACC was not nearly as annoying as the Big Ten was.
Brett Lashley kind of pissed me off, but that's fine.
Yeah, no, I know. We'll get into that. I have that down. I got that in the notes. He was annoying, but that was the worst of it. That was really the worst of it from the ACC today. We did see the ACC first off came out, and they're going to add in player availability reports now. This goes into the same way SEC has it. That basically Vegas has become too big and gambling has become too big, and their reasoning is there, but it's really that we need to have it for Vegas. But they're also the point of like too many kids are getting phone calls and trying to get inside information about injuries, which will still happen, but they're trying to make it less important to do that, to try and get, people to get the edge off it. That's the reason, but they're adding player availability reports. They'll be coming for basketball and football. And then the other big piece, we did see they're in line. Their commissioner came out and said he's in line with the SEC and the Big 12 on the playoff format. They're like, we're fine with what it is now. We're fine with it at 14. We're fine with it at 16, as long as it's the auto bids and the 5 auto bids and the rest is at large. We're fine with that. That's what we want. That's what the SEC and the Big 12 want too. So it's only the Big 10 holding it up. So he said that. Then the only real piece that was kind of annoying about it is SMU head coach Rhett Latley. Once again, SMU, that I don't want to hate SMU, but they are the most annoying team because they just have this attitude of like, guys, we should have never been punished. We should have been the best team from here on out. We should be running Dallas. And you're like, you shouldn't be though. Like, and you shouldn't have this attitude. You're getting better. Get better. Keep going, man. But they have Rhett Lashley said his shot at the SEC was that the SEC has had 6 schools win the championship since 1964. So it seems pretty top heavy to me, is what his response is, what his shot was at the SEC, saying that basically these conferences only have a couple of teams that can really compete at the top. So he's saying, well, they've only had 6 teams win it since 1964, which is a pretty arbitrary number, 64, because, like, and I don't mean that's arbitrary. I mean, we're not talking about 1960s football anymore. That game is complete. That ship has sailed.
Mm-hmm.
So I can give you some numbers on what the conferences have all done. The power conferences has done basically since their championship games. And I'll go. So basically, these are the numbers I put out just to get an idea of where all the conferences are in recent history with conference champions. So we started 2005 for 3 conferences because that's when the ACC started their championship game. The Big 12 and the SEC had them before. And then, but I'll say 2005, last 20 years, relevant time frame. ACC has had 6 different champions win the ACC championship. The SEC has had 5, and the Big 12 has had 5. 2 of those from the Big 12 are now in the SEC, so do what you want with that. But they have had, so we'll just say 6, 5, and 5, and then 2 of those are in the other conference, but that gets complicated because of all of the changes. Big 10 only started championship game, as well as Pac-12 only started championship games in 2011. And in 2011, you have had 6 different champions in the Big 10, and you had 5 different ones in the Pac-12 in their time. So everyone is at 5 or 6 in the last 20 years. Everyone is at 5 or 6. So it is not, when you look at that number, it means that they're all pretty much even in conference champions. The flip of that, though, is that's not what we mean. We mean cliff. And that is what the SEC is saying. Where's the cliff in your conference? And for the ACC and for the Big 10, that cliff comes much before when the SEC's cliff is.
Yeah, let's take a look at the SEC just right now. By my count, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams who could win a national championship this year.
Yeah.
There's about 8 teams who could be in the college football playoff this year. If you look at the ACC, the numbers are a little bit different. And granted, SMU and Clemson were both in the playoff last year. Both of them got knocked out pretty early by my recollection. There is 1 team in that conference who can win a national championship, and I believe there is 4, and that's being probably generous, 4 teams that can make it to the college football playoff. The Big Ten's about the same. I don't know why they're coming after the SEC like this. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. I mean, it kind of feels like you're the younger brother that's trying to get your big brother less credit with your parents because he's a great kid, he's a great guy, he's making all this money, he's doing great, he has an awesome job, and you're still trying to get your first job out of college. I really don't understand it. And the SEC has done nothing to the ACC. They haven't taken any teams from the ACC. All they've done is beat them on the field for the most part. So I don't really understand the argument, especially when the ACC is coming out and saying, yeah, we're in line with the SEC in our college football playoff discussions. We're in line with them here. We're in line with them there. Like, what's the purpose of coming out and saying this?
So I understand why they said it. I don't think it's right. But I do. There was a reason they said it, which is the basic consensus across everybody who's not in the SEC. The SEC teams are ranked too high, and so their strength of schedule is automatically wrong because you're saying that their 8th team is as good as our 3rd team, and that's not true. They're not as good as our 3rd team. And so that's the argument. Is they want basically the ACC, the Big 12, and the Big 10 out of 24 teams to have an even amount of teams in the top 25. That's not real. That's not how it works. It's, we keep hearing about strength of schedule. They don't want the SEC to get a benefit of strength of schedule because their conference schedule is tougher. They don't want it because they are saying our conference schedule is hard. The problem is you are saying that because everything, it's like the Big 12. The Big 12's conference schedule for a Big 12 team may be tougher than it is for Georgia because Georgia's really, really, really good. And the Big 12 team is not. So if we say if Georgia's at 10 and they're playing 7s, that's a 3-point difference between what they're playing. And if the Big 12, the best team's is 7 and they're playing a bunch of 5s, it's only a 2-point difference. So it's a tougher schedule. But they're still only playing 5s. So it is the thing that team shouldn't be ranked higher, right? Because they're not as good. So I did the numbers backwards for rankings, but I'm just saying out of a scale of 10, we say this is the best team. And it's like this constant battle of, well, our games are hard too. We get that because y'all, it's a competitive league. That's good. You should have a competitive league. But over the scheme of things, by the way, I don't have any shot with ACC because they've also scheduled some good non-conference games. I think Virginia Tech went hard in the paint. Clemson's going hard. I think there's some teams over there that are scheduling good non-conference games. So I'm for any one of them doing that. Not taking shots at the ACC. But I will say, I think it's crazy to say, well, the 1964 part annoyed me. Because to say 6 since 1964, when you could say, well, there's been 5 since 2005, that you're adding on 40 years for no reason to make it seem worse. Because you want to add that in. And I don't think it's relative.
No, it's not relative. The SEC has what? 10 of the last 15 national championships or something like that.
Yeah.
Clemson, Ohio State, and Michigan are the only teams, and Florida State are the only teams since 2010, I believe, that outside of the SEC that have won a national championship. I also pulled this up. If you look at the SEC's overall record against power conferences, let's start with the ACC, shall we? The SEC as a group, not just Alabama, not just Georgia, not just Texas, the entire SEC is 141 and 101 against the ACC all time. Against the Big 12, they're 62 and 47. Against the Big 10, they're 64 and 48. Against all conferences, all power conferences that have been in the past and are now, including the Big East and the Pac-12, the SEC is 309 and 241 against those conferences. So if you want to come out and say stuff about the SEC and how you think your conference is better and it's harder and all this stuff, go beat them. Until you go beat them, you don't really have a leg to stand on, especially if you're SMU. I don't know if SMU's ever beaten an SEC team in the college football playoff era. At least not a contender for sure. And I understand you're trying to make a narrative to support your conference and have more rankings in the top 10. But the fact of the matter is these SEC teams are beating your teams face to face in bigger games every single time. The ACC is going to come out and set the world on fire in week 1 when Clemson beats LSU. But then what's going to happen in the rest of those games? Are we going to have the same narrative when Virginia Tech beats Vanderbilt or Mississippi State? Probably not. But they're still going to say it. It's just.
But this is the thing: is I'm not saying the whole point of it is these are, you guys are a top heavy conference. You cannot, because it's the only thing they can argue. You cannot rank your lower teams higher because you can't just say they're good and say that we're not. But the problem is you go, okay, if Clemson goes and beats LSU, but then they beat everybody in the ACC, some of you guys have to win some of those games. And in the SEC, those teams do end up winning some of those games. And they do come up and upset people. And we're not claiming Vanderbilt and Kentucky that, you could say on certain years have stepped up. We're still saying this is a 10 deep conference pretty much every year. And some teams come out of it and some teams don't. But it's 8 to 10 deep every year. And most conferences go, well, over time, some teams fluctuate up and some teams fluctuate down. Louisville's going to be up there some years. They'll be completely out of the picture other years. And, if you want to talk about in the Big Ten, you go, well, Nebraska's going to get in that conversation of being a good team. And you go, Nebraska hasn't been anything for 20 years. But, you're still going to put him in there for going back that far. And so it's kind of an irrelevant conversation in a lot of ways. It's a shot to try and say that you shouldn't rank the ACC. I think this is also because SMU doesn't play anybody. This falls into the category of we need you to rank us based on our wins and don't count our losses. And you should count their losses and not their wins. And it's just the people who don't play anybody trying to find an excuse why they should be ranked higher without comparing and contrasting. If SMU goes out and schedules a bunch of non-conference and beats the SEC, cool. But if you don't schedule them and you don't want to play them, then I can't tell you if you're better or worse. Because all we know is you get to the playoffs, and when you get smoked in the playoffs, but again, you don't care if you get smoked in the playoffs. Not a care in the world for these coaches, not a care in the world for these organizations. We get smoked in the playoffs, we made the playoffs. And that logic is what's killing me with college football right now. I won't say it's killing college football. I'm saying it's killing me with college football, is that half of the coaches in college football and Power 4 college football right now have no care about winning a national title, have no care about the state of the game. They only care about a chance for them to possibly make a playoff. They know they will lose round 1. They know they don't have a chance in hell. But if they can rig the system to get into it, that's all they care about. Just get me in. I'll lose 70-0 week 1. I don't care. I made the playoffs, because in 3 years, no one's going to remember 70-0. They're going to remember I made the playoffs.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. And this is why I think that the SEC deserves to have all these high-ranked teams and all these things. They're going out and scheduling Power 5 every year.
I get it.
Every single year. Florida's got Miami. Texas has Ohio State. Oklahoma has Michigan. Like, you could go, LSU's playing Clemson. They're not afraid to play these other power conferences, whereas when you go to the ACC, there's only a handful of teams that are doing it. The Big Ten's not really doing it outside of Ohio State and Michigan. It's just it's a totally different ballgame, because the SEC wants to flex how good they are against these other conferences. Whereas guys like, whereas like teams like SMU and coaches like Rhett Lashley are trying to prop up the ACC based on nothing. They really don't have an argument. It's a disingenuous argument, because you're not going out and proving that you're better than these other conferences. You're scheduling nobodies.
The thing that kills me the most is that they made the playoffs last year. Like, they weren't hurt by anything. They made the playoffs. They made it.
Which is
they got beat.
Another reason, like why are you complaining?
That's what I don't get. That was why I don't get it. So I'm like, why are you taking a shot when you guys you made the playoffs? Like, it seems fair enough to you.
Yeah, if you're the Miami coach or the Duke coach or another one of these coaches, then yeah, like, I understand if you're trying to get a leg to stand on and why you think that your conference should be deeper. But SMU, all you got to do is win your games. You just proved that last year. Clemson did the same thing. They won their games. They won the ACC championship and they got in. I don't understand where it's coming from, specifically from Rhett Lashley and SMU, because it seems like just a extremely disingenuous argument to me.
Yeah. By the way, they lost 38-10 in that game, in case you were keeping track.
They got boat raced because they weren't that good of a football team, because the ACC is not good. Yeah,
they lost 38-10. They were down 38-3 before scoring a touchdown there to get it to 38-10. But this is my point. None of it matters. Just let us in the playoffs. None of it matters. Just let us in the playoffs. None of it matters. Yep. We don't care about the state of the game. We want, and man, we'll get into that now. The Big Ten, Tony Petitti is the worst, because Tony Petitti coming out today at Big Ten Media Days, really, I saw the bigger picture. I saw what it is, which is, I work for Fox. Fox wants more games. We want to give Fox more games and we'll make more money. And this has absolutely nothing to do with college athletics. This is 100% about more games and more money. And Fox doesn't care about college football. And the executives, I'm not saying the people who work for Fox and the college football analysts, they do. I'm saying the executives at Fox could not care less if they destroy the game in 3 years. They don't care what they do about anything. They want to make the money off the games. And this is all it is. And it's ridiculous, because Tony Petitti came out and said he wants debate. We're not changing. We want the automatic qualifiers. We want the automatic qualifiers. He also fought back, said he doesn't care about the 8 games versus 9 games conference schedule. Said that was not real. He doesn't care about it, which he said multiple times he cares about it, but said today he doesn't care about that. So apparently stop fighting that one. He says he doesn't want a playoff committee. Any solution with more playoff committee power, he's against. I want it by computers. I want it done in a way where you can't tell us the eye test I want gone. I want the eye test gone, because the eye test will kill us. I need it to be done by computers, because I can fix computers. I can't fix an eye test. If everyone can tell that it's all BS and all magic show, I can't. But if it's computers and it's numbers, I can fix that. And then he said, I think 6-3 should be good enough to make the playoffs. 6-3 in Big Ten, and don't even count the non-conference. I think a 3-loss schedule in the Big Ten And if they play a good non-conference, that shouldn't count. He said that as well. So he says all of these things that follows up with the craziest bit, which is he wants playing games. Tony Petitti wants playing games. What he says is not only the conference championship does he want. This is where the 4 automatic qualifiers, where I saw what he actually wants, which is more games. The 4 automatic qualifiers, and then what he wants is he wants 3 versus 4 to play for a spot, and 5 versus 6, or 3 versus 6 to play for a spot, and 4 versus 5 to play for a spot. And those are the automatic bids. 1 and 2 get in, 3 versus 6, 4 versus 5. So you get 3 conference like championship level games there at the end. Now 3 versus 6 is a crap game in the Big Ten. That's not a very good game. But 3 versus 6, because number 3 is usually probably still a pretty good football team. And 6 is probably not a very good football team. So I don't think that one's even a good game. I think 4 versus 5 could be okay. But 3 versus 6 is not in the Big Ten. And so they want these.
Should we see what that matchup would have been, what these matchups would have been?
Yeah.
So 3 versus 6 would have been Penn State versus Iowa.
Yeah, not a good game.
Is that a good football game? I don't think it is. I don't think that's a good football game, Patrick. I don't know if Penn State played Iowa that season. Let's see. They did not. But Penn State versus Iowa is last season is an absolute drubbing. It's not even close. Iowa couldn't score last year. Like what are we talking about with playing? Like it like it's exactly what you're saying it is. He just wants more games so that he can line his pockets with more money, and they can have more television rights and more TV deals and all this stuff. It doesn't actually matter about the sanctity of the game. Oh yeah, and if you leave it up to him, let's go back to the BCS.
Yeah, let's go back. And by the way, I also want non-conference. He wants non-conference to not matter. That does not count. Non-conference doesn't count. So if we play big games, we play these big games, right? We give TV money, but we don't want that to then hurt us long term, because that's why we want the automatic qualifiers, because we don't want to play non-conference, lose, and then not have 4 teams in the playoffs. That seems unfair to us, that we went out and got smoked by every other conference, and every other conference was better than us, but now we're not going to get 4 teams in. That is what he's saying. That's what he is saying. We went out and played tough games against other non-conference teams, and they beat us because they are better than us. And then that shouldn't affect us at the end of the season. That's bonkers.
Yeah, that's crazy. I know it's not just confined to this upcoming season. Like his narrative's not confined to this upcoming season. But it really kind of sounds like he knows that Texas is going to beat Ohio State. He knows that Oklahoma's probably going to beat Michigan.
It feels like that, but I don't think either one of those are like, if that's what you're walking into, what confidence? Why should you be the commissioner? Why would you walk out and go, why don't you see what happens when we whoop up on Texas and we whoop up on Oklahoma and the SEC starts to look bad? Why would you walk out with your chest out? I don't get it. Like, I get that you can say, but I like the entire premise that it is not okay to play non-conference games if you might lose is so against everything that sports is about, what college football should be about. And in all reality, if you say, guys, we need to do it, then I'm like, cool, take get it back to 4 games. We will all vote, get rid of it, 4 games. None of us want a bigger playoff anymore because you guys are too wimpy to do it. We have to go back to where you have to play those games and have to win them to get in. Because right now, the attitude is, well, we need to get 16 because it wasn't fair because the 5th team got out. Okay, well, it's not fair. And then they go, oh, now we got 16? Okay, no more non-conference games. Guys, no more hard games. Everyone play easy ones and we'll all be 16-0, and then we can all play in the playoffs. You're like, that's not what any of us wanted. That's what nobody wanted. That's not what TV wants. That's not what any school wants. That's not what anybody playing in the game wants, by the way. None of these players. If you want to know why the rich are getting richer in some of these areas too, like in the Big Ten, do you know why there's more of a discrepancy? Is because people want to play in the Big Ten, but they don't want to play on these pansy schools that don't play anybody. Because they want to play in the Big Ten and not necessarily play for somebody, and they go like, yeah, we're going to play one matchup a year and we're going to lose. So why do I really want to play there if I'm getting recruited to Michigan, I'd rather go to Michigan. I'd rather go to Oregon. I'd rather go to Ohio State than if I get recruited to, a Maryland where I don't think is going to compete for
it. I mean, I'm with you. Here's my big problem with the Big Ten. You had to go out and steal the best schools from the Pac-12 to even be in this conversation at all. And now
you really only got one that's up there right now.
You really only got one. So now you're grasping at straws trying to figure out a way to put yourself in a level playing field with the SEC. And yeah, I know you won the last 2 national championships, and that's great.
Yeah.
But it really just boils down to your schedules are all inherently easier because you're not scheduling these outside of Michigan and Ohio State, you're not scheduling these non-conference games that are difficult like the SEC is doing. So the back end of your schedule where you have that extra 9th game, you're playing Purdue, or you're playing Northwestern, or you're playing Rutgers or Maryland, a team that barely deserves to be in a power conference in the first place because they're historically trash. And even the middle of your conference would finish probably in the middle or lower in the ACC, like Minnesota or Michigan State or Wisconsin or Nebraska. Where would those schools finish in the SEC? They'd finish in the bottom third. So you're just trying to find a way to make your conference not be embarrassed on a national stage. And that's the main focal point of your argument. It's like, oh, we shouldn't have to go out and play these good schools in the other conferences because it doesn't matter because we're going to get to the college football playoff and they're going to beat our brains in.
Yeah, no, and it's so Kirk Cignetti really summed it up of how they feel about it and what's wrong with. First of all, if Kirk Cignetti said this, I would never let my kid go play for him. Just up front, I would tell him in a recruiting pitch, "Oh, well, you came out and said." I refuse a challenge. I will sidestep a challenge at any step. That's what you said. But his basic reply was, well, we're going to schedule we figured why schedule big conference, non-conference? We took the SEC approach. Those guys play FCS schools, so we're going to go ahead and schedule Old Dominion, Kennesaw State, and Indiana State. That was his response, was it's SEC scheduling. I agree with him on one end. I don't like that there's SEC schools that don't play anybody and play FCS schools. I don't like that. I'm with you. And if you want to say, I'm going to lead the way because I'm going to get in the playoffs every year in front of them. And every year I'll make it in instead of Ole Miss because Lane Kiffin won't schedule a non-conference. Be a man and do that. Because if you do, then Ole Miss will change. But I guarantee you two standing on the room being two guys pretending you want to fight while getting held back is not going to do anything. Because Ole Miss schedule is tougher than your schedule. Like, we know it is. It just is. But if you want to say that you're not doing it because it's not the SEC way, and you can't because the top schools are all playing someone. Now, Georgia isn't, and I think Georgia should. I think, Alabama, there's years they're not, and they should. But Texas is playing Ohio State. LSU's playing Clemson. Like, I'm telling you, there are schools in there that are playing. Ohio, Oklahoma's playing Michigan. There are schools that are doing it, and there's schools in your conference doing it. You're the problem. So don't give me this holier than thou shot at the SEC. We're a big wimp because they're a big wimp. No, you're a big wimp because you're a big wimp. I just hate this logic of finger pointing. Well, no, but that guy also sucks. That means you suck. It means you're the problem. There could be other problems, but it also means you're the problem.
Yeah, I mean, if your school thinks that it's unfair that you have to play Virginia, who was 5-7 last year, and who's not a good football program, and you have to buy your way out of that game because you're not confident enough to play the Virginia Cavaliers. And I don't remember who they scheduled. It's one of their non-cons that they scheduled instead. I don't know if it was Kennesaw State or Indiana State or whatever. But if you're like, your analogy is absolutely correct. It's the guy who's trying to start a fight who turns to his friend and says, "Hold me back."
Yeah. And it's Cignetti, of all people, this huge trash talker. 'Cause, like, I mean, if you're going to say, well, no, but that guy also sucks. You that means you suck. It means you're the problem.
Yeah. And what happened last year when Ohio State or when Indiana played anything resembling a good football team? I'll wait.
No, they lost. We know they did.
They got blown out by Ohio State 38-15, and then they got crushed by Notre Dame by double digits as well.
It's not. And so they look at their schedule, and Indiana says this year, all right, well, guys, we gotta play Illinois at home. I mean, Illinois also doesn't play anybody but us. Oh man, this is gonna be tough. Then we gotta go at Iowa. I mean, what? They could score a total of like 9 points against us. So we're gonna have to find a way to put up double digits. Then we're gonna get our destroyed by Oregon by 35 points. And then we gotta play Michigan State and UCLA, and they're traveling to us. Oh man. And then we're gonna play Maryland, and then Penn State's gonna boat race us by 90. But then we have to play Wisconsin and Purdue. We have to finish on the road at Purdue. However, will we make it? So we can't play Virginia. I mean, we might as well sign our death warrant right now.
Yeah, I mean, let's look at what Virginia did last year, shall we? And why Indiana was so scared to go up against the vaunted Virginia Cavaliers. All right, Virginia was 5-7 last year. They were 3-5 in the conference. Right? Not a very good team. Let's see what their wins were. They beat Richmond. They beat Wake Forest by 1 point. They beat Coastal Carolina. They beat Boston College. And they beat Pittsburgh. Every other game they played against a ranked team, they lost by double digits. They lost to Louisville, and they got beat by double digits by Maryland. You're not confident enough in your football program to play a team like that?
I mean, I just don't.
It's like Jake Paul refusing to fight a real boxer.
I mean,
because the one time he fought a real boxer, he got beat.
Yeah, they played 2 ranked teams last year, and they lost both of them
by a lot.
By a lot. I don't get how you could come out and be like, we deserve it. Those guys are weak. And if you don't have, and like that's why we say the SEC's tough, is because there's upsets. I don't know how many upsets there are in the Big Ten of like actual ranked teams losing to unranked teams in the Big Ten. I don't feel it happens a ton. I especially don't feel like Oregon and Penn State and Ohio State have been doing it. I know Michigan lost games last year because they weren't playing well. But to say 6-3 is good, you're like, well, who are you worried about at 6-3? I don't worry. Which one of your top teams is going to go 6-3? Who's going to go 6-3 in this conference and be good?
Nobody. That's the answer. It's
nobody.
Who
has the schedule of Oregon, Penn State, and Ohio State on their schedule? All 3. I don't know if any teams have all 3, and they'd have to win out the rest. And then you go, okay, well, you lost to the 3 ranked teams and you boat race it. But even that, it's such an insane thing to say.
Like, I don't even understand how he gets this. This is the SEC way thing. There's like,
no, because he's trying to find an excuse to be a wimp. It's the same
right,
thing it's the same thing that victims and wimps do all the time. He has no backbone. He is a classless individual who does not care. All he's trying to do is make himself look better. And he made the playoffs, or he makes the run last year, makes the playoffs because he's a wimp. And he knows, man, I'm going to make millions more dollars. I don't have any morals. I don't have any, there's no part of me that has any shame for being a wimp in this. And I want to use stronger words, but I don't. And it just, everything about this style of football, and the Big Ten is the ultimate purveyor of it, of guys, big football should be for the last month of the season. That's all that should matter, is the last month of the season. We should all take a shot at it, and we should just basically do a 40-game playoff format, and everybody kind of gets in, and we'll send our best 20, and you send your best 20, and then we'll figure it out from there. Like, that's not how this works, man. Like, this is everything that's great about college football is being wiped out, and the Big Ten is just like stomping on its head, trying to get rid of everything that's decent about it. Last year, you went the 12 team. It did mess it up a little bit, but you could still find the joy in it. and they just really want to kill it. They just really, really want to kill it. And it won't be fun. It won't be fun to watch. None of us care to watch who's the fourth team in the Big Ten who's going to make it. None of us care about watching that.
No, we don't. But I still don't understand where he's getting this in like from an objective point of view, because Alabama plays Eastern Kentucky or Eastern Illinois or something like that, but they also play Florida State. LSU's playing Western Kentucky, but they're also playing Clemson. I'm sure Florida's playing an FCS team, but they're also playing Miami. Texas is playing Ohio State. Michigan's playing Oklahoma. Auburn's playing like an FCS team, but they're also playing Baylor. Every single one of these SEC teams that's playing an FCS team is also scheduling a Power 5 team to counteract that. Except for even Ole Miss, technically, is playing Washington State. Yeah, but Indiana's coming out and they're scheduling 3 FCS teams. They're not even going to do a Pac-12 team.
No, and that's the thing, is they're not even going to do that. And I get, I think Georgia playing Georgia Tech is the only one is somewhat shady too. Like, I agree with him. I'm all for that. I'm all for get rid of SCS schools. Get rid of them. I'm fine with it. I know that there's the whole argument about money and it helps the FCS schools out and it's a good thing. But if we want to say we want rid of that, or if you want to say they can only play one and it has to be in the first 3 weeks, they cannot put it later in the season, you want to put rules around it, I'm fine with any of that. If you want to say you have to play a Power 4 school, I'm great with that. But for somebody to say this is the problem in the world, like for someone to say littering's the problem in the world today while they throw a bottle of Coke on the ground, you're like, dude, then you're the problem in the world today. You can't say it's a bad thing and then do it.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, Georgia is probably the only team that you could say this about. And if you look at their schedule, they play Austin Peay and they play Charlotte and they play Georgia Tech. But every other SEC contending school has a legitimate Power 5 opponent from non-conference on their schedule. South Carolina has Clemson every year. I mean, there's not. You're absolutely right. It's a what's the word? It's cognitive dissonance. You're telling somebody that there's an issue that he's what's the word that the kids use these days? What's it called? Anyway, like it's the most completely disingenuous argument that I've heard in a very long time. It's exactly what you said. Littering on the ground, calling for, there's too much murder in this city while you're shooting a kid in the head.
It's so crazy.
There's too many drugs in this city while you're sitting there smoking a blunt.
Yeah, to basically be such a victim of, guys, while we had all these teams in the playoff last year, while there's no real reason to expect that we would lose any of this, while there's no reason, there's nothing showing that we have been slighted or anything has gone any other way than what we would want. We've won the last 2 national championships. We still have to act in such a defensive way that everything will crumble if you guys don't give us everything we want. Is such a crazy way to be for this Big Ten. And then to act like they are the saviors of college football, that there is nobody else that can do this. We're the only people who can say. All these other people, they want the best teams to get in. Oh, what would happen if we let the best teams in every year? Oh, gross. No, what we should do is do a lottery every year, and then we'll rig our lottery, and then we could go. It's like, and look, I agree that Michigan has probably paid enough for their sign stealing scandal, but that coming out while you're also claiming everything else, because I just don't know how deep it went. I don't think it went as deep as they think it did. I really just don't think it really helped them as much as it did. But I think that the reason that he's like, please stop saying stuff about it, Big Ten, is he's like, guys, we need a united front, and we can't have one of our national champions being X'd out, because all we have going for us is the last 2 national champions. And if we take one of those off because they're cheating, it's really going to kind of hurt our cause. And I think that's kind of where he comes off with this letter of like, please stop mentioning this. please stop doing. We cannot have them be punished more because if they eradicate that national championship, it kind of screws us.
Yeah, I mean it does. I think that national championship should be stripped away. I don't think they deserve it at all. Did you watch the Netflix documentary about Connor Stallions?
No, because Netflix does horrible jobs on documentaries, so I don't watch any of theirs. They get completely they don't know what the word documentary means, so I don't watch any of their crap. Okay. Their documentaries are always one-sided, and I can't stand it. That's not how documentaries should be.
Okay. Well, they dive pretty deep into everything that Connor Stallions did.
Yeah.
And the levels that this guy went to cheat.
Oh, no. Connor Stallions, 100%. Connor Stallions is a horrible person who should not be allowed near college football. I don't know how much of that went fully back into what they did. So, entire program, but that's the thing, entire program and everybody being ruined by one guy's actions, followed by several other who saw it, but we don't know how much was fully in it. We know that there was some, but we don't know the full extent of how much it really was. We do know that Connor Stallions did everything horribly. I agree with that.
They knew every single play that Ohio State was going to call in every matchup that they played with Connor Stallions. Every single play call.
That's I don't believe that. But and if that's true over multiple years, then Ohio State's at fault. But let's just say that you should have a better plan than just not realizing what's going on. I agree, but they should be punished. I'm with you. They would have been. It sucks that when the coach can walk away and basically not take the punishment for it, that sucks for it. But yeah, I'm also, for me, it's maybe it's my ignorance to it that I don't know enough about it. But I didn't think it was as bad as necessarily everybody made it out to be. I thought what Connor Stallions did, it always seemed to me much more like it was kind of more on the outskirts of a thing than some of the other stuff. But maybe it's way worse. Maybe it was horribly worse, and the Big Ten's covering up some of it. But I also don't believe one word that comes out of Connor Stallions' mouth. I just don't. So the Netflix one, if you bring in Connor Stallions at all, I'm like, okay, that guy's a known liar. So why are we listening to a known liar? Because he's always going to lie about himself. He just is.
Well, I thought they did a good job of telling both sides in that one personally, because I think they did a really good job.
I didn't watch it, so I can't comment on if they did. I didn't watch it. So
they did a really good job at tearing him down, and every time that he said something in the documentary about this, that, and the other, they would provide an alternate perspective of like, no, this is actually what happened. So, look, I understand how this probably is something that has happened across college football for quite some time to a certain extent. But the fact that they're going to such great lengths to cover it up is a telltale sign to me that it's worse than people are letting on.
I mean, it might be. I am thrilled that it led us to helmet communication finally, that we get out of that doldrum. So hats off to them.
That's true.
They did fix something that should have been fixed years ago. So
thank you, Connor Stallions, for that. I can truly say thank you for that.
Yeah. But getting off on all that. So as those days continue, Ryan Day didn't have a ton to say at his. I mean, they go through those guys pretty quick at Big Ten Media Days as well. They do not really get raked over the coals. It's like 15 minutes each. So it is pretty quick at Big Ten Media Days. We did see Ryan Day say that he still doesn't have a starter picked out for week 1 quarterback. Whether that's true or not, who knows? But he has said that. And I think we're still looking at the biggest advantage Texas has going into that game is the name Matt Patricia. That it's the defensive coordinator is Matt Patricia, who has just been awful. But that is but yeah, I didn't. Did you get anything else out of either one of the media days for ACC or Big Ten out of other than those couple of clips from everything?
No, it was really much ado about nothing to me. I just got really heated with Curt Cignetti because I just completely disagree with everything he said.
Oh yeah,
everything.
But that's what I'm saying. He's the Chihuahua barking.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like that's who Curt Cignetti is. He understands the game. He understands what he's doing, and every time he is going to be a victim. He made the playoffs last year, same as SMU, and they're going to be the guys who bark the loudest. No, but it's rigged. You got smoked in the playoffs. Let it go. You got there. What is wrong where you can't just say, oh, the system seems fine. We made it in last year. You have to go, no, because we don't make it back again this year. Then it's like, What do you need given to you?
They want everything, Patrick.
Yeah, no, I get it. Curt Cignetti wants a free pass. Don't play in the regular season. You can scrimmage guys, but we will not keep score. We'll let you play, and then you make it to the playoffs. And Curt Cignetti would probably take it because he does not care.
You know what the difference between the SEC and the Big Ten is? The Big Ten wants participation trophies for everybody.
Yes.
And the SEC wants to go out and have a championship belt for the biggest badass in the conference.
It's
That's
just
the difference.
I don't get how you get behind guys who will not play anybody. Like, it makes it really easy to get behind Texas. And look, I know that it is a Texas thing that we play those non-conference games. It is not a Sark decision, because I know it wasn't a Tom Herman decision. So it's been a Texas, it's been a CDC thing. I know that for a fact because I know Tom Herman hated it. I've heard him multiple times talk about how he would love to schedule FCS. By the way, Tom Herman was the type of guy, no shot Tom, like Tom, always nice to me. He would love to make it to the playoffs and never care about winning a national championship. That's Tom Herman. He could win 10 games for the rest of his career and he'd be a happy man. It's who Tom is. He wanted to win, but he didn't need to win. He didn't need to win big to be happy. He was fine winning games, and that was enough. He was a guy that's enough. And you don't necessarily want those guys running your program. I get that there's probably not a plethora of good coaches who are that hard-nosed and crazy to go after it all. And sometimes if you're in Indiana, you don't necessarily want to go for a guy who's like, well, we're either going to be the best team or the worst team. Can we just be okay? Because we'll make a lot more money if we're okay than if we're the worst. So I'll play my odds. But you want to have a little bit more of that gambler in you. And at least Texas has an athletic director who is going for being the gambler. And let's go out and let's see what we can do. It helped them last year. They beat Michigan. Sometimes you win them, sometimes you lose them. I don't think if Texas loses to Ohio State, it will cost them, because I don't think they're also going to lose 3 or 4 more games. I don't think they're going to be a 4-loss team trying to get in the back door. If they are, then I'll be annoyed because I'm going to have to talk about it every week. But I don't think that they will be there. My personal opinion.
No, Texas is always going to schedule the best of the best. And that's because they're not afraid of playing the best of the best, because they want to be the best and they want to win national championships. And they want to prove that they're the best.
What's the line about the standard at Texas? I have to look it up, so I'm trying not to mess it up. But I mean, we know the original one is the standard at Texas, because that is what you used to be put with. But Texas would say the pride and winning tradition of the University of Texas will not be entrusted to the weak or the timid. That line. I had to read it so I didn't mess it up. That line is very much of what you want to see. Not the weak or the timid. Not for people who say, let's play the easiest schedule possible. Because I'm a little timid about going and playing a big school. I'm happy that Texas doesn't. I'm happy that Texas goes and plays bigger schools. I get you play in-state schools. I get you're not playing 3 non-cons that are all major schools and trying to, put together the toughest schedule in the world. That's probably not the best idea either. But schedule one. And if you don't, have the guts to go, we felt it was better for us and our chance to make it to the college football playoff if we work ourselves in this way. We've seen it work for other teams, and that's what we want to do. And at least I'll have respect for you. But if you come out and go, those other wimps over there, I bet they don't even want me to come over and punch them in the face. So I won't do it, but I bet they get real mad if I walked over there. Oh, dude. Frustrating. All right, let's take a break, man. Shout out to Ike on the chat there. Does love Matt's Earl Campbell jersey. We all like Earl Campbell. I got multiple Earl Campbell autographs up behind me. I got the My Love You Blue poster back there from back in the Earl Campbell era. So I'm with you. We're rocking a little Oilers and Earl Campbell love for you there, Ike. As we continue on down on a Tuesday afternoon, get into a little NFL talk. We yelled at Eastfield today. We yelled at Jerry Jones yesterday, but we'll talk about the positives of camp, what we're looking for as camps kick off, who reported. Spoiler alert, most of them reported, so we can get into all of that. We will continue on our NFL side of Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered as we roll into hour 2 here. Keeping it rolling for a Tuesday edition here on Open Gym.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their 2 flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered as we roll into hour 2 of Open Gym here on myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan with Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you guys, the third member of Open Gym there on Facebook, Twitch, X, and, of course, YouTube, where you can join the chat right there and have a conversation with us. And we'll talk about whatever you guys want to talk about, or try to at least, within reason, we should say. And over on the text line, 512-222-9328 is how you hit us up on the text line if you're listening in that app. How about we roll in to a little NFL talk, Matt, as it is time to get into a little training camp talk as we are getting into it with the Cowboys and Texans reporting. We're starting to get a little bit more information out of it. Of course, your number one piece of information is that Micah Parsons is there and practicing with the team. He is working out with it. He has talked to reporters already and said that he's look, I need to be out here. I need to show up for my team. He has given a lot of praise to Schottenheimer is one of the reasons why he's doing it. He is doing everything out there. And I think his agent's saying the same thing. You know, you're going to risk a little bit by being there and you could get hurt, but man, are you going to make them look bad?
He really is making them look bad. There are a ton of examples across the NFL of players. Trey Hendrickson is one of them. Terry McLaurin, I believe, is one of them.
Yep.
That I'm not getting my extension. I'm not going to show up, and I'm not going to be a leader of my football team. Micah Parsons is doing the opposite of that, and I think it's making him look like it's making him look really good. He's a leader of this football team, and he's proving it. I hope nothing happens because that would be very unfortunate. I don't think anything will happen because he's a relatively healthy guy and he doesn't have a whole lot of injury issues in his career. And the more you can make Jerry Jones in the front office look bad, the better the public perception of you is going to be. And he's just coming out as the absolute hero in this situation without a doubt.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, he is, he's making all the statements are correct and everything, and want to be a leader on the team. It is only making things worse for Jerry because, I really think they wanted him to at least hold in, at least give him something of where they could say, this is why you don't deserve everything. But he is really making it seem like he does deserve it all. And at the end of the day, for Jerry, it's still a good thing. You're going to pay him. So just get it done and pay him. And, having someone who's even more of a fan favorite is not a problem for Jerry Jones. I think that'll be a good thing going forward for him. But we did see. So we have now seen that is probably the biggest piece of news that is coming out of Cowboys camp. But, we're starting to see a little bit more of them reporting. We're starting to get a little bit of pieces about it. And we're starting to see what that offense might look like in a new era of Brian Schottenheimer and Mike McCarthy. I think that's another thing that I've seen a little bit noteworthy. They were running a lot of motion today, is a report. Just kind of working stuff out. And they were on the lower end of motion last year. Mike McCarthy was not a big motion guy. Motion is much more in the future of the NFL. It feels like it is the step further that we see it now. So it can go too far, and it can be, may mess up your own team a little bit, but you still should use it some. Brian Schottenheimer seems to be using it a lot more, man.
Yeah, what makes Steve Sarkeesian one of the best play callers in college football? I promise I have a point here.
It's motion. We know. Yeah.
He uses motion a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah.
What it does is it creates mismatches, or it can confuse the defense, or it lets you know what kind of coverage the defense is in, all these different things. When you're the Cowboys last year and you're coming out and using absolutely no motion, they can line up in what looks like a zone defense, and you don't use any motion, you just run your play. They could switch to a man very quickly. It's a simple way of explaining it, but by using motion, you're allowing your quarterback more opportunities to diagnose the defense. So I love that he's doing it. And I thought the quote was hilarious when he said that they called him Sean McVay before Sean McVay, because when he was the offensive coordinator with the New York Jets, he started using all this motion and stuff, and it was driving people crazy. So that's something that gets me very excited, because I love the way Texas runs their offense. I love all the motions and tricks and things that Steve Sarkeesian throws in there pre-snap with all the window dressing and things like that. So the more that the Cowboys can do that and give Dak Prescott a better opportunity to diagnose those defenses and make plays and make checks at the line and all those different things, I think it's going to be great. The problem is, obviously, the personnel on the offense isn't the best in the NFL right now. You got good receivers, you got a pretty decent quarterback, but outside of that, you really don't know what you have. So how much is going to help you in the end, I don't know. But at least it's a good start, and it's fresh, and that's something that I'm excited about.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it is. We talked about with Schottenheimer that he said a lot of the right things, and he's constantly kind of been in that right position of, seeming like he's got a handle on a lot of those pieces. And then yesterday was not his best hour, but, that is a different world to be thrown into as a head coach of, hey, you're doing a pregame presser. Almost no one's going to ask you any questions, and you're going to sit next to a raving lunatic who's also your boss. And so have fun with that. And so I think that was, I get that it was probably a pretty difficult first real appearance of doing it at camp. And, having it be really, I mean, 1 out of every 4 questions goes to you. And so you kind of answer it. And then Jerry Jones steps in and goes, well, yeah, but sometimes players get hurt. And he's like, dude, yeah, talk to these guys tomorrow. So we saw, but I think when you look at what he's doing, what the offense is, and the people out there that were reporting on it, talking about seeing the movement, seeing the different pieces, seeing, being able to start shifting CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens onto the same side and run in motion to where stuff like that, where you're really trying to figure out, all right, we really want to keep CeeDee Lamb down and shade on the safety over here. And then they move. And so your whole setup of trying to, get your guys where they are. And do you have your DB follow him across? Do you put a DB over there? Do you slide out a linebacker? Like, what do you try and do to change those things up when you start moving 2 really good wide receivers together and start bunching players? I know bunch formation was a big problem for PK's defense for a while, and Sark's used it to his advantage before. But when you run bunches and, you have three guys who don't know which way any of these other guys are going to go in the bunch, and they can try and screen each other and do whatever else, running those kind of combinations with Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, you just create – it seems like it's going to be much more innovative offense than Mike McCarthy, who, while the offense worked for a little while, it just felt like it had gotten stale pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, it was just an old school way of doing things, and now we're in a new age of football where, motion has the use of motion has started to take over. Sean McVay does it better than anybody in the NFL. Kyle Shanahan does it a ton, and he's been to multiple Super Bowls in part because of the way that he does his offense. So it's just a thing that you kind of have to adapt to the times. It seems like the Cowboys are finally adapting to the times. I don't remember Jason Garrett using a whole heck of a lot of motion in his offenses. Mike McCarthy certainly didn't do it. So the more that you can do to push yourself into the more innovative part in the future of the NFL, I think it's just going to be for the best. Even if it doesn't work out necessarily, in year one, throwing defenses looks that they haven't seen before and changing things on the fly. Like, you can run the same play out of 4 different formations, basically, just because of motions and different things that you like, the different things that you can do. And I think that's only going to help him in the long run.
Yeah. And I mean, Kellen Moore used more play action than Mike McCarthy did too. And so that kind of went down, and we know Dak Prescott. Now, part of that too was Cooper Rush is not Dak Prescott. You didn't have a running game. You may still not have a running game, but you have play action that come out. They ran a lot more play action before with Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott is much better after play action. So you assume motion and play action and those types of things really going to help out Dak Prescott get back to form. And it just helps out that defensive line a little bit too. You're trying to make it so the guys can't be over the top and can't be like, you can't just lock and load your defensive ends, and motion helps you also a little bit with your defensive ends, because you may get a jump every once in a while on that defensive end out of a motion play. So you just want to keep going with those types of things. Matt, have you heard anything else out of the Cowboys, or is there anything else you're really looking for as the Cowboys camp begins?
I'm really just interested in seeing, the early returns from the running backs, which guys are starting to separate themselves in that position battle. I'm interested to see what the offensive line combinations are, because, I know that you've got your guard set, but I want to see who's going to end up at the tackle spots by the end of camp. And I really want to see the connection with Dak Prescott and George Pickens. I really want to see how they develop a chemistry, and if they can, be one of those dynamic combos in the NFL, because the whole reason you're bringing in George Pickens is so that you can improve your passing game and get some pressure off of CeeDee Lamb. And if Dak Prescott doesn't have that connection, and he doesn't know where he's going to be, and George Pickens doesn't know where he's supposed to be on these routes, and how, if he needs to break something off, that Dak Prescott knows he needs to break it off and hit it in the right spot. All those things offensively are things that I'm interested to see as camp develops. Also, this Trevon Diggs thing, I'm really interested to see how that shakes out, because the way they were talking about him yesterday, it really seems like he's not long for this franchise. That as soon as they are able to trade him, that they're gonna look into it.
Yeah, I believe he's going to be on the PUP list to start the season, the physically unable to perform list. It feels like he'll be there, so you can't really trade injured players because they won't pass physical. So you may have to wait for that. But yeah, it does. It would not surprise me at all if Trevon Diggs gets moved by the end of the year. It just feels, or by the trade deadline. It would not surprise me at all. It does feel like there was a disrespect that Jerry felt was there. The communication hasn't been there. And, especially if Deron Bland starts out the season playing well and they want to clear that cap space to try and get a Deron Bland in there. Now, there are cap penalties and all these other things for trading players. You have to figure it out. There's cap scientists who can figure all this stuff out. But if they want to re-sign a Deron Bland, that could be step one to bringing Deron Bland back, is let's get rid of Trevon Diggs. We signed him. He's turned out that he's not, we don't see eye to eye anymore. And maybe a team that needs a cornerback that is in a place where he prefer to be, because clearly he doesn't want to be here if he's not working out here. Maybe that's where he will end up. DJ Dog over there saying that early reports are that the motion, we were just talking about that, a lot less predictable, and the offensive line kind of doing what they need. Now you got to play to the strengths of what Dak Prescott does, really, because you want to get the ball. Your money is being spent in a way that you really have to throw the ball. So what the offensive line does scheme-wise of running it, now that can change a little bit, but they have to be good in pass pro. That's a bottom line. They have to be good in pass pro. And and Guyton would be better if Michael was extended. He'd be better prepared, but I think that also goes into just getting him trained up. It would help. It helps him to keep getting beat up by Parsons. But I mean, I think it's not a wrong statement, but he needs to be ready no matter what. That's the reality of it.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of faith in Tyler Guyton. I don't care if Micah Parsons is there or not. He was not ready to be in the NFL last season, and I find it very hard to believe that he's going to be ready to start week 1 against the Philadelphia Eagles and be effective.
He was shadow boxing in the rain.
That was the most hey, dude, it's raining outside. Will you please come take a video of me pretending to box in the rain? Like,
shadow boxing, guys. We're going to keep working out in the rain, man.
It didn't even look good either. I don't know how that got.
Yeah, I don't know. It was funny.
I do know how that got viral actually, because Dov Kleiman, whatever AI account that is, tweeted it.
Yeah.
Just unbelievably terrible stuff. Those types of accounts, I'm not trying to get off track. I'll keep it short, but like those types of accounts, Dov Kleiman and ML Football, are the worst thing that have happened to sports social media probably ever.
I will tell you this. I don't follow either one of them. I will check for meatheads of the day, though. So I will, because they do aggregate a lot of those to find and make it a little bit easier. So you can find some stuff on there. But I agree with you. They're not worth a follow. I can definitely tell you that, because there's so much random crap. The consistent who's going to beat this duo and oh my God, this guy's going to be great of everybody is crazy. But
like, and this is how, like, these accounts are 100% AI.
Yeah,
they have to be, because they tweeted the video of ML Football tweeted the video of George Kittle kicking the guy at the golf tournament, like, which was very obviously a play. Like it was just it was a bit.
Yeah,
they're pretending it's wrestling, and he tweets, "Wild 49ers star George Kittle knocked a man out after some words on the golf course." No, he didn't. It's a bit
too, right? I think it was the Miz. I think it was a professional wrestler he was doing it.
It was, yes.
Yeah.
It's like, anyway.
But no, so the Cowboys end up with that. We can go into what the biggest piece is, the combo blocking and everything on the offensive line. They need to figure out how they're going to run the football. Because, again, we say that with motion, we say that with play action. If you don't have a running game, that is where it starts to take away what defenses have to prepare for. And you need as many arrows in your quiver as possible. That's what you need to have. And right now, last season, it was CeeDee Lamb. And you have one arrow, and you just keep shooting that damn thing over and over and over again. They're going to figure it out. So you have to shoot it, then go pick it up and get it. Like, you want to come back. You want Ferguson to take a step forward. You want George Pickens to be the guy. Now you want to find a third receiver who can be an actual number 3, because you've had those guys for the last couple of years who are really good number 3s, but you're trying to use them as a number 2, and they're not that. So you can find a guy that's really a number 3. And then if you can find somebody to run the football, Schottenheimer didn't really blow smoke in the presser about the running game. He was like, look, everybody looks good, but running back's a position you got to see in pads. So until we get out there and start hitting pads, because it's right, because you do on all those aggregator accounts see every running back running up a hill with bags on their shoulders, and they go, uh-oh, this guy's going to be great. And that guy averages 2.1 yards per carry the next year. So, like, none of that really matters if you can't find holes, spot where you need to be, bounce off of tackles, get your feet underneath you. Like, you can be strong as in the world, and if someone can tackle you by hitting your ankle, it doesn't matter. You're top heavy, you're going to go down. So you have to be able to do all those. For Jaden Blue, he's got to hold on to the football. You have to be, you have to be able to do those types of things. And so that I think for me is probably really where you're going to sit and say, when they start doing running drills for the Cowboys at camp, if they are able to run through this line, I'm going to be worried because I don't think it's going to be on the running back. And I think it means this running defense for Dallas is going to be god awful. So you kind of want to see them get stopped and have good, solid 4-yard runs and like 5-yard run. You want to see them be able to get the ball and have holes, but maybe they get covered up. You're just going to have to watch this run game a little bit more extensively. And then in scrimmages, the few scrimmages they have, that's where you wouldn't really see the reports of the running game.
Yeah, I think they're gonna take a different approach to running the football this season as well with Clayton Adams. I think they're going to do a lot more like a zone running scheme, kind of like the way Texas does it. And I think that's going to kind of mask some of the deficiencies in the running game a little bit. You're giving your guys more of an, like, especially a guy like Jaden Blue, you're getting him a little bit more of an opportunity to get a running start, as opposed to just running straight into the tackles. You're getting a little bit more outside. Your blocking's different. So I'm hoping that's going to pay dividends. But really, at the end of the day, like, you do have to see it at full speed and in pads, because it's not just, to your point, how easy it is to take you down and all those different things. That's absolutely a point. But also, it's about how well these running backs are seeing the holes and seeing where the defense is and finding the gaps and all those different things. So I'm interested to see if they do a better job this year with a new, like, more zone running scheme as opposed to what they had last year. I think Javonte Williams will be fine. I don't think you're going to see much of a drop off from Rico Dowdle to him. It's about finding a guy who can take a step above that.
Yes.
And I just don't know that they have that in the roster. If they do, it's Jaden Blue, and he's got a lot to work on before he can get to that point.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see Phil Moffitt too. Just see if he's in, where these guys are at and what they could possibly be doing. And you want to see Jaden Blue really take it, because that's your best shot to have a guy that could be that next level up. Javonte Williams, you want to be Rico Dowdle. You want him, you want him to be able to be in that realm. And if Miles Sanders even makes the roster, I'll be happy. That if he's good enough, let's say if he should make the roster, not if he does, but if he should make the roster, because I just don't know if he's going to have anything left in the tank. And it just is what it is with some guys that the running backs run out of steam. Miles just feels like he kind of hit that wall last season. And so there's a reason why he's no longer on a Panthers team where the Panthers were running the ball well. Like Chuba Hubbard had his best season last year under this running, and Miles Sanders gets cut. That would you normally tell you Miles Sanders headed the wrong direction, especially when Jonathan Brooks is still going to be out. So you're not necessarily saying there's another guy in there. And you can say the Cards had you can say they found guys as undrafted free agents for the Cardinals, but it's about run scheme. It is, finding, but then you have to find the right guys that fit into it. I think Dameon Pierce for the Texans, we'll get to the Texans in a minute, but I think Dameon Pierce is a perfect example of a guy that was doing pretty decently at one scheme, and he switched schemes and he's garbage and really just couldn't fit back into it. It's been a couple of years trying to fit him back into that world. But that's kind of where you get stuck with this Cowboys team is, do we have the right guys to fit into a scheme that we don't even know what the scheme is? So we're trying to figure out what our offensive linemen can do and what our running backs can do. And now this is it. This is your time that you have to figure it all out. And in the next 2 weeks, you have to have all of that figured out and ready to go, or else you're walking the season unprepared.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you're talking about undrafted free agent linemen or undrafted free agent running backs, because James Conner was a 3rd-round pick. And he started all 16 games at running back. So maybe he's talking about offensive line. But regardless, we'll just kind of have to see how it all comes together. I'm not very confident about year one in the running game, just because regardless of the lack of talent you have in the running back room, you also have to talk about what they have up front. And I'm just not very confident outside of Tyler Smith and the center for what they have up front right now. Like I don't know Cooper Beebe. I don't know what to expect out of Tyler Booker in year one. and I'm not very confident about the tackles either. So we'll just kind of have to see how that all plays out. They all have to come together as a unit, and I just, we'll see how it goes. I'm confident in the passing game. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, Tyler Smith, we feel pretty good about. We're hoping Tyler Booker plays there. There's 14 other Tylers we need to get in there. Tyler Guyton needs to play better. Cooper Beebe's got to change his name to Tyler Beebe, and then we'll really start to get gelled. But yeah, I think that there's, Terrence Steele, Jake Ferguson, and Tyler Guyton all fall in that same class of you guys need to take a step forward. Last season really felt like there was no steps forward by pretty much anybody. I don't know anybody that you looked at last season and went, oh, that guy was better. And I get that they're, it's somewhat of a lost season, but it also is the reason why you needed Mike McCarthy gone, was it just felt like the team really, really plateaued under Mike McCarthy and wasn't pushing anymore. Schottenheimer is trying to change that up. He's trying to get the competitive edge back. We've talked about he's going to be adding in other sporting stuff. And we've seen that from other, camps that they do that, where they bring a hoop out and have like a shooting competition in the middle of camp and stuff like that to try and get the guys amped back up to do something else. But it comes down to, for the Cowboys, can you get all these positions to step up, or at least half of them to step up? Because that's the difference between being an okay 500 team or a playoff team. And, if no one steps up, you're just toast. It's not going to be good.
Yeah. And I think that Tyler Guyton is the guy that I'm looking at the most that needs to take that step forward.
Yeah.
Like Terrence Steele on the right side, and I'm assuming that this offensive line is going to be Tyler Guyton, Tyler Smith, Cooper Beebe, Tyler Booker, and Terrence Steele on the right side. So Terrence Steele has had good years in the past. So, I'm not as concerned about that. But when your left tackle is a gaping hole that you have no confidence in whatsoever, that's the most important position on the line. Yes. Because it's keeping your quarterback upright. So if he doesn't take a step forward, then I think this offensive line's in for a long season.
No, and we know that, Jerry Jones doesn't like admitting that he picked the wrong pick either. So he tends to stick with him because he really is just hoping for anything. We already heard Mozzie Smith is looking great walking into camp. So we know that one. Mozzie's ready to go for another year, going through the spin cycle. Defensively, you are looking at that secondary a little bit, especially early in the season because of the Trayvon Diggs injury. That I think a little bit early in the season, you're trying to figure out where you're going to be able to put those things together in the secondary for this camp. So to see who starts to take the reps a little bit more and gets in there. And as you said, Trayvon Diggs may not play for the Cowboys another snap. It's a decent enough a possibility that by the time he gets healthy, they don't want to send him back out there. They immediately put him on the market. That's a real possibility for sure. We do see that, they drafted Revel. What does he do? Is he a player in his rookie season? We've seen enough guys come in, but that's really, you get to test it out a little bit more with Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. You'll get to test out that secondary, see who steps up.
Yeah, and I think that Carson's going to play a big role in that.
Yeah,
because I don't think Rebel's going to be participating at the very start of camp. I think he's on the non-football injury list.
I think so too.
For the first few days, so we'll see when he can come out of that. But he's a guy that I'm really looking to kind of complete this secondary, because without the injury that he had last season, if he had played a full healthy season at East Carolina, that guy was probably going to be a first round pick.
Yeah.
He's got the size, he's got the athletic ability, he's got everything that you need from a traits perspective to be an elite corner in the NFL. So if he can get into that rotation early, I'll feel a lot better about the secondary. I still don't feel great about the safeties. Donovan Wilson is just kind of a guy to me. He's great in run support, and he's a big hitter and all that kind of stuff, but I don't feel confident about him in pass coverage. I don't even know who they're going to start at the other safety spot off the top of my head. So the safeties are a lot more of a concern to me than the corners, but the corner room still isn't in great shape. I mean, I know they like what they have in Bland and they like what they have in Carson, and I'm confident about Rebel, but I think they made a trade also this offseason to kind of add a little bit more depth, but yeah, Kaiir Elam. So I'm hoping that is not the extent of it. I think that they need to figure out a way to go out and make another move to help the back end more than the corners, because that safety room is just not good in my opinion.
No. Anything else you're looking for in these first couple days of Cowboys training camp? Or we're in it now to kind of just get a couple days in and start to feel how we feel for the Cowboys?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, the linebacker room is pretty interesting to me.
Yeah,
because there's a lot of new blood there, but I think a lot of that has to do with when DeMarvion Overshown comes back.
Yes,
that's when you're going to get it. Like, because Kenneth Murray, I think, is a very good player, but you're not going to get a full glimpse of what that room's going to look like until Overshown comes back, which we don't know exactly when that's going to be. So, the more and more you look at this defense, it starts to seem a little bit shaky outside of the defensive line, and even then, you have so many new edge rushers and guys along that defensive line that, like, how are those guys going to gel together?
Yeah.
So, I want to see how along the defensive line, I want to see how Ezraku fits into all this stuff. If he's going to push to be a starting player, because I think that he's talented enough to do that. The question is, can he, grasp the scheme quick enough to be a part of it? I hope he can. And Sam Williams coming back is going to help, but you have so much new blood along the defensive line that, like, what's the rotation going to be? There's so many questions on the defensive side of the ball.
It is. And I mean, it's a new defensive coordinator, so it's a new system again for the third straight year. You're getting something new in there. So it's going to be a lot of shock to everybody. So it may even help out some of these rookies a little bit more and young guys a little bit more, that they don't necessarily, for like a Sam Williams, it's got to suck because you were just nonstop every year. By the way, forget what you knew. Let's start over. But for Ezraku, maybe he comes in and because he's like, this is all I know, maybe he gets a little bit more ahead. But we'll see as they continue to push on that defensive line. And we know it's, again, a lot of it is, can you stop the run at this point? And that is linebacker play, and that is interior defensive line. If those guys are going to be able to do it, I think their pass rush will be fine. As long as you pay Micah Parsons and he shows up for the season, the pass rush will be fine. It's the rest of it that you're kind of a little bit more worried about. That those have been the other bigger holes for Dallas as they've continued. Let's get over to Houston for a second. They've started their camp up. No big news really coming out of Houston so far. We haven't got a lot of, we haven't had any GM or Nick Caserio hasn't come out and said that all these players should be not getting paid if they're hurt and all that stuff yet. So we're starting off with a bang. I think if we look over at the Texans, you're looking at that wide receiver room. It looks really different than last year. Last year, you walked into that wide receiver room and you had, what was it? The 5-headed monster, whatever was getting called. You brought in Stephon Diggs. Nico Collins was playing a great year. Tank Dell was coming back. Tank Dell has started rehab stuff, but he is still a ways away from being ready to play football. So we know Tank Dell is going to be out for a while. You now drafted Jaden Higgins. You also brought in a couple other guys, like you trade for Christian Kirk. Where's his role going to be in all this? Jalen Noel, you also drafted. You have a Justin Watson and Braxton Berrios that you brought in on the back end, which are guys that you think are more special teams guys probably, but maybe trying to fight for a spot in that rotation. John Mechie, is he going to get another run after his battle with leukemia and look great in college, but sometimes it's really, really hard to bounce back from something like that. I think that, we can get down further into the guys that are on the deeper end of the bench, but really there's a lot of guys kind of fighting for that spot. A lot of people have a lot of belief in Jalen Noel that he's going to step in and be able to be a guy early on, but really is Jaden Higgins ready to be a number 2 guy? Or has Christian Kirk got to kind of cover that for a while Jaden Higgins gets ready for it?
Yeah, I think that early on, you're probably going to see a lot more Christian Kirk, and as the season develops, Jaden Higgins will find himself more of a role. But that's asking a lot of a rookie who's a second-round pick. It's one thing to pick a guy with, like a Tet McMillan with the number 8 overall pick, or number 9, or I think it was number 8, or a Matthew Golden in the first round, something like that, where, those guys have been number 1 receivers, and those guys have an elite level of talent that you're confident in. Jaden Higgins is a super talented guy, but he wasn't a first-round pick. So you're asking a guy to come step in and be an instant number 2. I think it's a little bit more difficult. I do think he could do it. I just think that they're going to rely on Christian Kirk a little bit more early on because he's the seasoned veteran and he's just a guy that gets open. He's not the big-bodied physical guy that you'll throw the ball to down the sideline, but he works really well in between the hashes and gets open across the middle and in short routes. So I think that he and CJ Stroud are going to have a connection very early on. So that's something that I'm going to want to watch develop.
And that's what we want to see is who the connections are, because we know Tank Dell was CJ Stroud's guy. And so it was, even though he was a rookie and coming out his first year, it was just a guy that CJ clicked with. So is Higgins or Noel one of those guys? The new guys they brought in are either one of those a guy that CJ just goes, man, they're just right where I want them to be. Or, Christian Kirk, I think it's going to be reliable. And that is going into a CJ Stroud third year of moving the ball forward more, getting the ball out of his hand a little bit quicker at times. We know the offensive line is going to be, if you're hoping it's better, that's one thing, but expecting it to be great is another. And so I think, you kind of have to have the plan for CJ Stroud. We got to go quick. So Christian Kirk may be the answer sometimes, instead of trying to get the home run to a Nico or, when Tank was there or whoever, Jay Noel, whoever it is that you're trying to get a home run to. Let's just get the ball. Let's get the ball out. Let's get the ball going. Let's move it down the field. Let's try and make them have to sit back a little bit more. Try and get those pass rushers to sit back a little bit more. Try and get those defensive tackles, because everyone's been coming at you because they know they can get right through. So why would they not pass rush three guys if they know they can get through with all three and take you down? So I think we're going to see that too. You kind of want to see the ball get out of out of CJ Stroud's hands a little bit quicker.
Yeah, you do. And the other thing that I'm really looking at with the Texans is kind of similar to the Cowboys in a way, but to more of an extent, is what the offensive line combinations are going to be. Who's going to be your starting left tackle on day one? Who's separating themselves in that race? Because they have so many new bodies in that offensive line room. I would love to see it be Irsay, their second round pick. And where does Titus Howard end up? Where do these other guys end up along the line? And what's the best combination of five that's going to keep CJ Stroud upright and not constantly running for his life like he was last season? I mean, if they have a similar season next year to what they had last year along the offensive line, I don't know how long CJ Stroud's going to be able to hold up.
No, I agree. And I think you'll see Jarrett Patterson at center. I think we feel pretty good about. I think that's who's going to be our center. Just my guess off top. Then it goes into, Titus Howard and Blake Fisher feel like they're going to be starters, but where are they starters? Right now, they want them kind of both be on the right side of the line, but if that puts you on the right side, then that left side becomes a real question of Lincoln Tomlinson, Cam Robinson, Juice Scruggs, Ariante Irsay. I mean, a lot of guys, Trent Brown, Ed Ingram, Jake Ant, there's just a lot of guys that maybe fit into who goes on that left side of the line. And if I'm CJ Stroud, I'd really like to know, but sooner rather than later. So you want to see, it's really, can the old guys rekindle some magic, and do they understand the scheme? And you got to remember, all this is coming out with a new offensive coordinator. When I say new, I mean brand spanking new, still wet from the womb offensive coordinator, has never called a play in the NFL offensive coordinator. That is going to be, is he going to be able to walk in and help get this offensive line where they need to be able to move the football and keep CJ Stroud upright? And that's not even going into, all right, let's look at the running back room. And we know Joe Mixon's still there. We expect him to be, something similar to what he was last year. Is Nick Chubb, again, kind of like Miles Sanders? And Nick Chubb was a much better running back at his prime, but is he washed? Is it over? Did the last injury take him out? Because if Nick Chubb is a real thing, now we don't have to worry about, having Woody Marks ready to go. He can take a little bit more time to get ready. But if Nick Chubb's not, you really have to figure out that second spot. And is that Dameon Pierce or is that somebody else?
Well, also, I mean, you mentioned Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator. What is this offense even going to look like?
Yep.
How is it going to be?
Somewhat McVay.
You assume, but how much of it is he bringing from the previous regime? How much of it is going to be his own, his own creation? How much of it's going to be stuff that he takes from McVay? Are they going to be doing all the motions and stuff like McVay likes to do, or are they going to be a little bit more straightforward and predictable like the Cowboys were last year? I would hope that they do everything that they can to help CJ Stroud pre-snap with motions and do all those different things. But you just have no idea what this offense is going to look like, what the balance is going to be, how much they're going to how much they're going to run in between the tackles or on the outside of the tackles, or how much is going to be deep plays down the like just the basic stuff like that you don't even know. So that's something that I'm really looking, because a guy that's never called a play before in the NFL is a bit concerning to me. And you're
saw
entering.
What happened to, at least.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Like, but like, I mean, how is this going to affect CJ Stroud in year 3 with a new offensive coordinator? Is the verbiage going to be the same? Is it going to be different? Because that can be a real hill for CJ Stroud to climb next year if all the verbiage is different and the schemes are different and all those different. Like it's a major concern if I'm a Texans fan.
Yeah, because we know, Rod Babers always calls it the Mick Shanahan offense, which is kind of McVay and Shanahan, and those two guys have similar kind of thoughts. They came up a lot together. So it is still in that realm, but it is more Shanahan to McVay now. Of Bobby Sloak was a Shanahan guy and came out of that, and now you're going to McVay side of it more. And that is, it goes into that piece of, does everybody adapt to it? Do you make it fit? How much? But I agree. How much are the changes in this offense? I would assume you're not trying to go full board changes, but you are also trying to put it, in a certain level. And like, you sent me a video, and maybe I still have it somewhere in there, but from the quarterback documentary on Netflix, that is what they go through pre-snap. And it's going through all this stuff. And this is why, like the Bobby Sloak one, it always got to me. And I don't know if it was how long it took to get the play call in. I don't know if it was by design when they were getting so many offensive line penalties, but the amount of times the Texans lined up with under 10 seconds on the play clock and everything else. And then you see this thing where they talk about the great quarterbacks of this league are all like, all these pieces I got to put into play. And you're throwing CJ Stroud out there where they're running up to the line going, hut, hut, hut. That's it. Taking everything else out of it. And you go, that's not how you win. That's not how you take that next step and get to being a really good team, is by cutting everything out. And that's what it felt like they did last season. And that's why you kind of had to move on. So for Nick Caley, how does he address these problems? How does he get in and rekindle? Guys, we have to make reads at the line of scrimmage. We have to take our protections. We have to we have to do everything. We have to change up what we're doing. We have to go back into whatever happened last season. We have to get rid of all the bad habits, because it just got really out of control by the end of the season.
Yeah, I wish we could play that clip on here, because it's really, like, people wonder and criticize quarterbacks so often about, like, oh, how did you not see this guy? How do you not do this? How do you not do that? If the general fan knew what every quarterback has to go through pre-snap within a time frame of 25 seconds, all the mental gymnastics that you in the math that you have to do in your head, like, where are the safeties? How far back are the corners? Are they pressing up? Is this guy coming off of the edge? Like, all these different things. And then you still have to mind the play clock. It's really something that very few people on this planet are capable of doing. And
I got the clip a little bit. We'll play a little bit for you. We may have to pull it out because I don't think we can play the whole thing, but we'll play a little bit of it for you.
Thing, I'm looking at the play clock. How much time do I have?
Do I have 12 seconds to operate this play?
I'm kind of peeking the play clock, seeing if we're low.
Because that completely changes your mindset. So we often call 2 plays in the huddle.
Sometimes we'll have packages where there's 3 or 4 plays that, I have in my pocket that I can check to.
But then sometimes you go up there and you see something that would be great and you just get to it. And that's reps that you've banked in the past where it's, oh, this play was awesome against this defense or this front. Let's get to it here.
Hey, go! Hey, go! SQ, Truck Vegas! SQ!
Then I look for the safeties.
Ready! okay, it's split safety, but is it a cloud look or is it a quarters look? Is the corner off or is he pressed? Is he going to post snap bail or is he going to post snap jam and play a tough cloud and flat?
Then I'm looking at the defensive front and seeing what the protection call is going to be.
You're looking for pressure indicators.
Tell me if they're blitzing or tell me what the coverage is.
Once you've kind of assessed that, okay, I think it's this coverage, I think there's no pressure or it's this pressure, then are we going to leave the first play on or the second play on? The first play is not what we want. We want to get to the second play. You'll see me do that. Kill. Hey, kill!
There you go. That's some of it. There's still more to go in that as it continues.
There's about 2 more minutes of diagnosing and all this other stuff that goes into it. It's crazy.
And then and then the defense moves. You have to kind of go back. And so there's all of these pieces. And it killed me last year. And I remember talking about it with everybody. And I'm like, no one knew why it was happening because no teams try to do this. And it really felt like Bobby Slowick was just at an impasse. He had no idea what to do. He didn't know how to fix the problems. And other people were diagnosing him more than they were diagnosing his side. And so the question is, was that Bobby Slowick or was it CJ Stroud? And if it's CJ Stroud, there's going to be a lot of problems in Houston because we think he's really, really good. But if he takes the next step and is able to do all those pre-snap things, then Texans are ready to go. And you feel like in the first year he was doing some of it. He never had an offensive line that was really veteran that could sit and help him out. He never really had a lot of that. I don't think Bobby Slowick was an offensive coordinator in his ear being that guy either. So I don't know how he would have regressed that much and not been able to do it. We know he had to do it at Ohio State as well, and maybe to a lesser extent, but he was there before in helmet communication there as well. So there's just a lot of pieces that go into what he has to get done. And that new offensive coordinator, it probably is the biggest what if. So even in the offensive line or the running back room, wide receivers, all those questions, at the end of the day, you look at it and go, well, do we have an offensive coordinator that's going to put us in a position to win? Or are we walking in blind once again this season?
Yeah, I mean that's the big concern that I have as well. I mean, it's we have no idea what we're going to get from Nick Caley if he's going to be able to handle the responsibilities of just calling plays, let alone scheming against various defenses or making adjustments or all those different kinds of things. It's a big risk to take hiring from within a guy that hasn't called a play in his entire NFL career. It's a big risk to take rather than bringing in a veteran offensive coordinator who already knows how to do all of these things. So that's the biggest thing that I'm going to be watching for the Texans throughout camp and in the early season is how they have changed their approach from last season. And if it is CJ Stroud, then the Texans have a real problem. I don't think it is CJ Stroud. I think he's a very smart guy.
I don't think it was either. I think he may have had issues with maybe a thing or two, and Bobby Slowick just panicked. And that's what it felt like. And I don't know, and again, you could say maybe Bobby Slowick was getting the play calls in a little late, and then CJ Stroud had a longer time communicating them to the audience. But you have to fix those things. And it just kept getting worse and worse and worse last season. So that to me is probably the biggest storyline coming out of the Texans camp right now is what are you going to be able to do with this offensive line and CJ Stroud being able to call and get the right plays, get you into the right format, get the right protections, make sure you're not really getting killed everywhere else. Outside of that, on the defensive end, you're not super worried about many things. You could say your interior defensive line, you want to make sure that's shored up. You want your linebackers to be playing a little bit at a higher level, but you feel pretty good about that DB room right now. If you just paid Stingley, you say you think you've got some pieces in there. You got CJ Gardner-Johnson, who probably talking more than anybody wants him to talk, but if he backs it up, that's one thing. But I know a lot of Texas fans are like, what did we get? I don't know. This guy is talking a lot of trash right now. And you want to see Kalen Bullock step up a little bit more into that role now that Jimmy Ward is going to, probably step back a little bit more or be let go. I don't know. I know he had some legal issues, so we'll see what ends up happening with him as well. You drafted Jalen Smith. You drafted Jalen Reed as well back to get you a little bit more help in that secondary. So you're not in a bad place in the secondary. It's just continuing to make sure you've got your top guys. Now, can you get the rest of them in shape?
Yeah, Jalen Petre's still there too, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, so you've got a bunch of dudes back there, and you've got a head coach that knows how to coach defense and call defense. Could it have been a little bit better last year? Sure, but I think that this defense is going to be the calling card of the Texans this year. You'd love to see it be the offense, and you'd love to see the offense take a step forward. But I'm more confident in the Texans defense than I am in the Texans offense and in the Cowboys offense or the Cowboys defense. I feel very good about that defense in Houston. So I'm not too concerned about that at all.
No, that's not really where it's really so much more of a look on the offense. And we know that too, that CJ Stroud's coming up into that contract area. And, that one I feel is very much the Texans wanting to see what happens this season. And I'm sure CJ Stroud to an extent, probably looking at a little bit more of like, will you trade away Laramie Tunsil? Are you actually trying to get this offensive line? Like you traded back in the draft. You didn't go up and get me a top offensive line. Are you trying to get me killed or not? Do I have faith? And you're giving me another offensive coordinator that I don't know, it doesn't have experience. Are you doing the right things to make the world work better for me? Or are you just putting it all on my shoulders and it's all my fault because I'm the quarterback, even though what odds am I working with here? I know you're getting me wide receivers. That's great. But if you don't give me an offensive line and no coach who's calling the plays, the hell am I supposed to do? So it's a big, interesting year for this offense and for CJ Stroud for the Texans. I think there's a really good chance it works out for them. There's a decent enough chance it doesn't. But you want to hold out hope that the good chance for the Texans this season.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, West Texas Aggie fan. Yeah, I get paid to cover both teams. That's why I cover both teams. I'm not a fan of either one. So
he covers both teams. It's all right. Sometimes there's reporters in a world of a lot of fans. There's some reporters out there still. We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we will get to our meathead of the day and wrap things up on a Tuesday afternoon here on Open Gym, here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed, untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Hi, everyone. This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been serving and assisting customers in the Texas area
I think I got this by now, old man. This is Camilla McKay, Audiovisual's social media and website manager. Our company has been helping you sit back and relax for the last 37 years. We come to you, and we're the kind of workers you want in your home. We give you all the advice at a great price, and we do a lot more than just audiovisual systems. We have employees capable of performing services like electrical contracting, heated floors, motorized shades. Am I forgetting anything, old man?
Yeah, we do surveillance systems, controlled lighting systems, and landscape lighting, computer networks, multi-room audio systems, and of course, we install some really cool theaters.
I had a feeling you were going to say that last one.
Now, am I forgetting anything?
Only this. Remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
So give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym, here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, as we roll on to finish up the show here on a Tuesday afternoon. It's time to get into our meathead of the day, Matt. And we got a few of them. We'll see what we get to here. For opening of camp, we did get to see ESPN make their great, solid checking. You know, you figure a major program like First Take should have it. I believe these are the right videos. Let's see if we got them right. This is on First Take this morning.
Did make some moves this offseason, though, and one of them was wide receiver George Pickens via trade with the Pittsburgh Steelers. So during the team's first play of training camp, we saw Dak Prescott able to find Pickens for a massive touchdown. Obviously, a great way to start the day.
So that there is Dak Prescott throwing a touchdown pass to Brandon Cooks 2 seasons ago. That is what that play is. They had not played a single snap yet at the Dallas Cowboys training camp. And they, at First Take, had already had the video. And I don't know who did not check that was not George Pickens. They had not thrown a pass yet, and that was not him. They just threw it up there on the TV, and this is the apology.
Go back to First Take. Quick cleanup on our part. Earlier, we showed video that we identified as George Pickens at Cowboys training camp. It was not George, so we apologize on that mistake.
Yes. First Take had to take their apology, as that was not the correct program right there. Someone just posted on Twitter, and they just took it off Twitter and was like, wow, touchdown pass, and didn't fact check it at all.
Yeah, if I did something like this on one of my websites, Texas A&M Aggies on SI or Texas Longhorns on SI, because I cover both, because I'm paid to cover both. If I had put something like that on either of those sites, I would have gotten fired. So that's some pretty bad stuff there by ESPN.
Not good. Then we got to throw in another reporter mistake for you here, Matt. This is Mike Vrabel being asked the same question he was asked about 2 minutes ago.
How'd they do? How do you feel about how the guys came back?
I mean, whether you were in a coma when I answered Tom's question or typing on your phone or tweeting, I don't know, but I spent 5 minutes answering that question. And I can go back through it, but I'd rather not.
Mike Vrabel not enjoying being asked the same question twice. Another little reporter faux pas there, Matt.
Yeah, this is an issue that's very prevalent in the reporter industry, I think, because so many people are focused on other things during a press conference, and then they just have their question in their mind, and they'll just ask it without paying attention to the rest. I don't blame him, because I get annoyed when it happens, and I'm not even the coach getting asked the question, so I can't blame him for reacting that way. But maybe the reporter will learn to pay a little bit more attention next time.
And our final reporter blunder, just an over-optimistic reporter, just somebody hoping to get a clip or something out of it. Just watch the reaction of these the Titans guys as they're asked this question.
Simple question. The team you put on the field tomorrow, can that team win the Super Bowl?
Listen, that's always the goal every year. Yeah. We also realize we have a lot of work to do on this roster.
Being asked the question, are the Titans, you guys going to win a Super Bowl this year? Might be. Like, what are you supposed to say back to that? No, we're not. You crazy? Look at our roster. What makes you think that all of a sudden we're going to win a Super Bowl? Do you understand how good Jaden Daniels was last year? They didn't win a Super Bowl. What do you think we did that Cam Ward's going to come in and fix this?
Yeah, this just seems like an inexperienced guy. Maybe he's not. I don't know who asked the question, but read the room, buddy. Like, know what team you're covering. Know a little bit about the history of your team and the position that they're in before you ask an audacious question like that. Like, hey, I have an idea. Why don't we walk into the Texas State press conference and ask the head coach there if they're going to win a national title this year?
Yeah. No, let's walk in to the Cleveland Browns press conference at the beginning of camp and be like, so you have 7 quarterbacks that nobody else wanted. You guys going to win? You guys going to win back-to-back Super Bowls?
I mean, it's kind of embarrassing. I have like secondhand embarrassment right now.
from getting that question asked of. Yeah, that is a.
Yeah.
I just love the reaction where the first guy looks over and goes, "Is this guy serious right now?"
Yeah.
Is that?
I've got like 4 or 5 student interns that are interns at at Texas and at Texas A&M because I cover both websites.
Yes,
I cover both teams, and any of them in a press conference would not ask a question that's stupid.
So here is what I want you to get a question for Elko. Can we just get Elko asked? Since you're gonna be, you think you're the premier organization in Texas, can you guarantee now you will not lose a game this season?
That would get my credential pulled, I'm sure.
It might. I mean, it would get your credential pulled if you asked it to Sark too. I don't think anyone wants to get asked that question. No. All right. We're going to wrap things up here. We'll be back tomorrow, keeping it rolling. Hopefully no one else says anything exciting, igniting us on our anger at ACC and Big Ten Media Days, but who knows? They probably will. We'll let you know whatever pisses us off on that. I'm sure and a whole lot more as we continue on in the week here on Open Gym. Just remember to be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right